Welcome back, chat. We're live with Elden Ring once again. Hi, Patrick. Hi, Mate. Hi, Inats. Good to see you here. Let's see, where were we? We had just... We covered most of Liurnia. We'd just gone up the trail on the east side of Liurnia. We'd actually just collected a death root from our second Tibia Mariner. We made it to the Church of Vows. And I believe that was it. So we were about to take on the Walking Mausoleum area in northeast Liurnia. Go ahead and jump in. We realized, I think, last time we went to the north edge of this little plateau and couldn't get down from there. Instead, we're riding east of the church and then following the proper trail. And this will bring us to another new type of enemy. One that I think is actually really... well, scary's not the right word exactly, but in the wrong circumstances, they can be terrifying. These are ancestral followers. They're kind of beefy melee enemies, but we can still one-shot them if we backstab them. Problem is, you can see the quiver full of arrows. They carry bows to attack you from far away, and some of them have magic arrows like those that do a ton of damage and fly super fast and are super accurate. And if you get hit a couple times by that at a low level, you will be murdered very swiftly. There's one who's shooting at us from on top of that statue. Got behind him. And then there's going to be a couple more on the other side when we cross this gap. I'm going to chase down the far one first. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We'll see more of those later. For now, we're through. And on this side, I can go ahead and rest. Doesn't matter if we respawn them. I won't be crossing in front of them again. These mausoleums jump, which I find very cute. The two mausoleums in this area, one down here and the one on the higher ground up there, that we're going to see in a minute, are different from the other ones in that they don't have bells, and for whatever reason, that means they can't duplicate remembrances from the remembrance bosses that are shard bearers, basically. Anything that gives you a great rune, or is mesmer. I think that's basically it. I don't really know why they did it that way, but that's how it works. I am on PC, Rocky. So I'm playing with a couple minor mods. One that makes me automatically pick up any like of the harvestable items you find in the overworld. Not loot from corpses or anything like that, but just plants and other theoretically replenishable ground loot. And also makes the map scroll speed twice as fast, which is nice. Howl's Moving Castle looking a little weird today. It's a little bit overgrown with blowy skeleton bits, I suppose. We don't have any particular need to duplicate Godric's Remembrance right now, and that's the only one we have, so I'll just mark that and we'll come back to it later. Spiral Horn Shield is a small shield. It works like basically any other small shield, but it does have a unique effect of raising... Is it just your focus, or is it no, immunity, robustness, and focus? So your resistance to most kinds of status buildup when you have it equipped. I think that technically makes it the ideal PvP small shield, but I don't like the look of it, so it's not for me. These two ancestral followers, guarding a Green's Lily, obviously. Ow. Oh yeah, I did make, the entire last screen was deathless, so I had my single rune arc activated the entire time. It's nice. Rune arcs deactivate, or your Great Rune deactivates when you die, and you have to use a rune arc to reactivate it. So you are rewarded for not dying in that way. That's really the main consequence that dying has in this game, honestly. You can lose your runes if you die multiple times without picking them up in between, but honestly, runes are so plentiful later in the game that it doesn't matter that much. I find loss of rune arcs much more punishing than whatever I might lose from my rune pickups. Should probably have buffed up before I attack this rune bear too. Bloodflame Blade probably would have helped quite a bit. Here's another view of Lucaria from the east. Still can't get there right now. There's a scarab over in these bushes. And down this way, if we go through this little passage underneath this rock, or through this rock spire, you can find 3 Miquella's Lilies and the Stalwart Horn Charm. That's a talisman that boosts robustness, which is, yeah, blood loss and frost resistance. I don't think that's ever worth using, but it's an item that exists in case you're really terrified of frostbite or hemorrhage. We can level up. I think, yeah, we still want more dexterity. We'll go to 24 for that, and then raise some endurance. So I was doing some prep for the next episode of the Train Everyone Challenge yesterday, and looking pretty good. We're recording all the footage and everything. I think I've got it all set up. I'm just trying to decide how brave I want to be with that episode. One thing that's interesting about this place, it seems like the ancestral followers are worshipping this minor Erdtree, but I think it's kind of suggested elsewhere that their civilization predates the Erdtree and wouldn't really worship it. I wonder what that's about. Or I could be wrong. It's not a ton of fire damage from Bloodflame Blade, but that will get a boost against this next Erdtree avatar. Can they bleed? I don't remember. Well, even if they could, they didn't. No, they're immune to bleed. This particular avatar is pretty important because it gives us 3 of the 4 elemental damage boosting tiers. So if you're using a lot of magic damage with like a sorceries or lightning, which is hard to come by, or holy, which is also kind of hard to come by except with Sacred Blade right now. There aren't a lot of holy incantations you can get early on. Then those can get a pretty big boost from those crystal tiers. rain makes me slightly sad. But how much fire damage am I getting? Yeah, 47. That's basically nothing. Doesn't really matter at all. Rift City, holy cow. Ah, Lanedell, if only we could reach you. Uh-oh. How'd you know I was there? Ooh, Deathblight Sword. Wish we could have that, but no. No Deathblight infusions for the player other than one weapon. East Eye quivers again. It's another Skelly Man zone. This one's interesting though because I don't think this mechanic is used elsewhere. I could be wrong, but in this dungeon, the skeletons are summoned by necromancer enemies. So instead of fighting them, you can just run past and go fight the summoners and kill them, and then the skeletons die automatically. And you can ride those guillotines up to reach the next necromancer, who is in charge of all the skeletons down there as well. Imagine if all these statues just came alive and you had a fight against 8 Erdtree Burial Watchdogs at once. What a nightmare that would be. Any major boss battles coming up this stream? We are going to fight a dragon and possibly get through the end boss of Area Manor as well. I don't think we'll get to Caelid. Really? Forgot I don't have Sacred Blade on. I don't think we'll get... We might get to Caelid, maybe. But I don't think we'll get deep enough there to do the actual boss in that area. This is a secret boss in this dungeon, where we can summon D again. He helped us against the Tibia Mariner last stream. Now there's another boss for him to go up with. These are the only two in the game with him. Right in a row, basically. Oh yeah, this black knife has a destined death effect. So when we got hit by that black and red arc, you can see part of our HP bar is gray. And that's because temporarily our maximum HP gets reduced by that effect. So not only do you get damage, but you can't heal back to full for a while. Looks like repeating thrust works pretty well to stun locker though. That gives us the Assassin's Cerulean Dagger. We got the Crimson Dagger from the other Black Knife boss we fought. The Cerulean one restores FP instead of HP when you get a critical hit. And the Black Knife Brent is a key item, or this is the thing that Roger wanted us to find. On the night of the Black Knives, someone stole a fragment of death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and imbued its power into the Assassin's Daggers. This mark is evidence of the ritual and hides the truth of the conspiracy. But that is not the dungeon boss, officially. We can't warp out of here still. We need to go down here and change back to our Sacred Blade weapon and pull this lever to open the way out from this prison? Cellar? Come onto your rolling ways, skeleton men. And then we pull this lever so we can actually open the gate to get out of here. Can't begin to tell you how many times those two crabs managed to kill me on my first couple of times going through this dungeon ever. They were horrific. Now we can make our way back to the boss doors. And down there, we get the actual boss, which is another cemetery shade. Shouldn't be too hard if we hit it with Sacred Blade. The only wrinkle with this one as opposed to the previous one is that there are some skeleton summons in here as well. That's the paralyzing green ball thing it can spit out at you. So luckily we dodged it. Pretty terrifying to get grabbed by a cemetery shade. They are quite freaky with their insect heads. Had a good time. That's our second death route that we picked up here in Liurnia, though. So, and that's actually all of them in the area. So let's go back to Gurunk. Do this one at a time again for dialogue's sake.
I'm not sated. Feed me more death.
The first thing he gives us is the incantation Bestial Vitality, which is pretty good. It has pretty low requirements, and it's a health regen buff that will, I believe it runs for 2 minutes and restores 5 HP per second for 600 HP total. Relatively little FP, I think it's 18. So it's pretty efficient in terms of the amount of HP you get for your FP, as long as you're willing to wait out the time to get the healing. Or it can also be useful in boss fights, because you can apply the buff before you go in, and then you have a little bit of regen all the time during the fight. And that might save you from having to use a flask or two. The other thing we just got is Beast's Roar, which is just it's a keen Ash of War, but it just, as you shout out a blast of air as a projectile. I don't think that scales with your weapon damage at all. I think it's just your upgrade level and your dex stat, basically. We've done what Roger wanted, so we'll check in with Fia first, and she's the one who gave us the map that led us to that dungeon with the black knife print. I didn't really highlight this, but the simple map that we got from her matched the area that the black knife catacombs we just went to. We're in.
You are so very warm. Dear Roger likes to talk of it when abed, the ancient plot in which the first of the demigods was slain, the black knives wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. Dear Roger, the ancient, the black knife, along with... Then good day to you, my dear.
Thank you, Fia. Well, not really. I don't thank you for the Baldekin's blessing, but appreciate the info.
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need? This is a black knife print. I can scarcely believe you managed to get your hands on this. You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives, yes?
Yep.
They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City. A group entirely of women, arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye. The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite. Please, I beg of you, lend me the knife print for a time. I'd love nothing more.
That's not a silly hat. He's got a cool feather in it. That makes it awesome.
Only a fragment. A very specific ritual had to be performed to impart the power of the Rune of Death. Traces of the one who performed the rite are sure to remain in the imprint. Half my body has been suffused with death. I'm certain it will help me see.
So now he's just outright admitted he's been suffused with death. Alright, well, good luck with that, buddy.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more? The blessing is still aflame in your breast, dear. Would you like to be held? Regardless? Now, come closer.
Hi, Vocal Monk. Welcome, welcome.
You are so very warm. I heard that you lent a hand to dear Roger. He seemed positively elated. He must be possessed of great mental fortitude.
How do you already know that, Fia? We literally just walked here from talking to him.
Wounds, you truly are a champion. To dear Roger, and myself too. Then good day to you, my dear.
Get rid of this. And go see our pal Rodrika. Once you raise any Spirit Ash to level 4, you can talk to her and you'll learn that she no longer considers herself an apprentice because she's really started to figure out this whole spirit tuning thing.
I can understand their yearnings, what they become drawn to. Master Hugh said it himself, actually, that I'm no mere apprentice any longer. Once again, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Roderica, the certified spirit tuner.
Congratulations. And that gets us a gesture.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then. The girl has come a long way. As ever, time and technique have made her stronger. 'Tis good to see. An imprisoned monster does not deserve an apprentice or a daughter, but at times that's precisely what she feels like to me. I've gone
Isn't that
soft,
lovely?
and it isn't easy.
We do have a bit of business with Hugh here. We picked up a scythe in one of the dungeons we did towards the end of last stream. I would like to upgrade that a bit. Try it out. Now on that scythe, I want to use bending weapon in green. Yes. Resting at the grace advances the area, so we can go back to Roger now.
Hello. I was hoping to see you. My examination is complete. Here's the knife print back, with my thanks. Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. Lunar Princess Rani. One of the children born to King Consort Radigan and his first wife, Ronala. Demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint. Truly, you have my thanks. But if I might be so bold, I would like to ask something more of you. If Rani truly is the one who plotted that fateful night, then she should bear the curse mark of destined death somewhere upon her flesh. I would like you to procure it for me. And then all will be laid bare. I will have the answers I have sought for so long. I have some idea of Rani's potential whereabouts. There's a manor to the north of the Academy of Rea Lucaria. It is the familial home of the Carian royals, from whom Rani descends. There's been talk of the old royals' vassals gathering there in recent years. Rani's whereabouts since the shattering are a well-kept secret. She hasn't been seen even once, but I suspect she might have returned to the manor in which she was born. I'm afraid there's
Why do you want a
something
curse
to tell
mark?
you. Do you know of those who live in death? The very notion of life in death defies the Golden Order. By Dee's account, these defiled fiends must be expunged. But truth be told, I seek the Cursemark to save them. You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination.
There's the truth of it.
Black knives. These
So,
souls have committed no offense.
Dee and Roger were both exploring the nature of death together, but Roger decided
Touch upon a flaw in the order.
all the skeletons ought to have the right to life. And Dee disagrees.
Yes, indeed. If Dee knew what drives me now, he would surely boil over with rage. Or perhaps he would even feel some pity. But no need to fret. None of that will come to pass. I can tell a good lie when I need to.
Well, that's our new big mission for the time being. We have to find Ronnie somewhere in the north of Liurnia in the old Carian estates. But before we head there, let's wrap up the eastern part of Liurnia. We can't go north from the mausoleum area we were just at, or the Black Knife Catacombs. There's a cliff that's up this way. So all we can do is check out what's down in these lowlands here, and then head back to the lake and explore the northern parts of that. We'll go into that building in just a minute. I want to try spinning weapon. Hopefully we can sneak up and use it. Because if with a bleed weapon like what we have, it can hit many times. I don't think each hit with spinning weapon gets full status build up. It's like some small percentage, but if you're hitting 8 or 9 times with it, it's still quite a lot of build up to generate. However, the damage from the skill, it doesn't seem to be very high. At least not with our current stats. Spinning chain works great against the Graven's mages. Let's try the scythe using its actual moveset too. Okay, so spinning weapon with my Bloodflame Blade Scythe wasn't as ridiculous as I was hoping it would be. Might have to save that for later when we're a little bit stronger. Our bleed buildup is never really going to get much better than it is right now with Bloodflame Blade. Death Knight cosplay? Only we could get the Death Knight armor way earlier. It looks pretty sick. It is kind of a shame that the actual Death Knight enemies don't have Reapers as weapons, though. Only a day or so until Xenoblade X preloads. What is the release date again? Is that like 20th? 20 something? Right, it's 20 something, isn't it? Really sad that these elevators discriminate against Torrent. I want to ride it with Torrent, damn it. Only so the pre-order loads a week before. Cool. I'm gonna hold on to my runes for right now because there's a merchant deeper in here and I want to buy out his whole inventory. I also want to try Stormcaller with this side. Hope you're not afraid of ants, chat. Weirdly, I'm not really that afraid of bugs in general in life, but I feel like these ants would be way more terrifying if they were like the size of your foot instead of just being impossibly huge. I guess for me somehow this registers as, okay, these are just impossible. Nothing to worry about. Kitsune, you eat ants for dinner? Nice. Has anyone in chat ever actually eaten insects? Like deliberately for food? I don't think I have. Can't recall ever doing it. Mads, you want to try? There are lots of people who really don't. Turns out this is a sorcery build anyway. My sorcery is Ice Spear. Okay, you were referring to the foot size thing. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, ants this big can't really swarm you, right? They're just too massive. They're like a foot long. Yikes. I am fully aware, by the way, that in our current environmental and atmospheric conditions, ants could not be a foot long. Their exoskeletons wouldn't work at this size. Which is a bit of a relief. That's quitter talk. They can do it if they try. Can you imagine living in the Cretaceous and having those dragonflies that are like a meter wingspan just flying around? Disturbing. It's another Smithing Stone 4. I believe it's our wealth. So I think we can upgrade our main weapon, our Naginata, now to plus 12 or maybe even plus 13. Do we have any Smithing 5s yet? I don't know. Down in this area, another new enemy type. We've got Claymen. They're fun. They're really slow, but their gimmick is that it's hard to knock them out of their attacks. So if you just try to stand there and trade with them, that usually won't go very well. And they do swarm you. Cool thing about Stormcaller is it knocks them back anyway. I wish our weapon was a little bit more upgraded and we would kill them faster. And the scythe doesn't quite outrange their spears. Maybe we'll get a spear drop. Oh, crap. I should have stopped and healed. First death since beating Godric. Unfortunate. Now we have to run through the tunnels again, too. Was being too casual about that. Let me try it on the Naginata, though. Sure. Not you. Let's put one collar on this. I think technically standard is better, whatever. And spinning weapon. And alas, we need to use another rune arc. Nice. Well, this gives me an excuse to take the other path down. We went over that way, up the ledge, to get to the Ant Queen. If we go down this way instead, we get to Sluice Gate. Which I would have come up to. Anyway, that's where I was headed after fighting a bunch of those Claymen. We had to go the other way to get to those corpses on top of the ruins and on that side ledge with the smithing stone 4. But this is the main path. So it's the one that has the grace on it. All of them just alerting immediately. I'm going to try to run into this group and Stormcaller them all and see what happens. Out of stamina. If I had unlimited stamina, that would work really, really well. Let's go get our runes back before we lose them. One nice thing about how slow the claymmen are is you can just strafe around them, backstab them really easily. That doesn't work as well in groups, though. Harder to get around them when you're bumping into several others. Well, that's a Clayman sorcerer. They use bubble sorceries, which travel really, really slowly, but then explode. They can do quite a bit of damage if you get hit by them, but they're pretty easy to avoid. You can see them coming. They're, I believe, the only sorceries in the game that have an arcane requirement as well. There's almost no synergy between intelligence and arcane as stats, because they're like, there are no int and arcane weapons. There are 2 glintstone staves that scale with intelligence and arcane, but they're basically worse than just leveling up intelligence alone. So there's not much of a niche for it, but the glintstone or the Clayman bubble sorceries are like the only 2 reasons for a intelligence character to maybe consider also investing in arcane a bit. This was such a cool area the first time I ever discovered it. In here, we've got this giant dragonfly-looking thing, and it can summon up meteors and then pass them down on us. We need to avoid those. Yes, bullet hell. Not too bad. We got this nice pillar that can block the line of sight. wasn't timed as well as I hoped. So this enemy is a malformed star. It's pretty vulnerable when you get close to it. All you have to do is hit it in the head a few times to kill it. They're not that tough, and their stance breaks relatively easily too. But well, the run up is the hard part. So yeah, just hitting it once with Ice Spear put in a stun animation for a moment. So one way to fight it would be to just pull out a great bow maybe and shoot it from the ground level to interrupt its attacks before it can summon all those meteors. I've never tried that. That could be fun. But yeah, I like malformed stars a lot. They're like freaky, like really scary alien enemies, and I love the design. Map, Ainsel River. The first underground map. We came in here, came down the stream. We were blocked going up this way. We were at the bottom of a waterfall. So we came down this side, made it through the old palace ruins, came in here, and then came up the trail this way. It looks like we could go up here, or even potentially up this way. Unfortunately, you can't go out here. You can't reach that side. You have to come from the north. You can't climb up from here. So our only actual path forward is going to be out this way.
Is someone there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
Mr. Hermit Merchant, I think this is kind of a you problem, that you're not getting a lot of business down here. Just maybe consider setting up shop somewhere else. Acid Spray Mist has interesting applications. We'll see that later, probably. This is also where you can buy the prisoner's set. If you didn't start as a prisoner and you want the clothing. This is, I think, the first time we're using the Bloodhound's Fang. The skill is really strong because it gives you a backwards dodge built in, and then you can follow up with a teleporting heavy attack. But as you can see, sometimes, if you're not paying attention to where the dodge maneuver is sending you, you can dodge backwards into attacks. Bloodhound's Fang does get a bonus to jump attack, so the jumping R2 is pretty good. Golden centipede there. You checked out those stairs. Nothing else up there, but there's a trio of claimmen just chilling at this spot, so let's kill them too. It's like no luck with the Clayman's harpoon spears so far. Sad. We wouldn't use them though. But the cool thing about them is they are one of those rare weapons that has built-in scaling with a spellcasting stat, in that case magic or intelligence, and yet can still be infused with any elemental affinity with Ashes of War. So you can... It already has some damage scaling with intelligence, and you can reinforce that with magic or cold infusion, or you could potentially put on something like sacred and have both intelligence and faith scaling on your weapon if that's what you're into. Hopefully that was everything in that last room. I think it was. Hey, Wimla. Thanks. Glad to be on. What feels weird to me about Elden Ring so far is it's been really chill. And that was not my experience the first time I was playing this game, I'll tell you that. It was stressful. But I know the game works now, so it's just kind of, you know, running through all these lower level areas, and it's been too bad. Hate these guys. These are basilisks, and they spray clouds that inflict death blight, so if you stand in them too long, you will just die instantly. Up here we get a preview of everyone's favorite location in the whole game. The room with the pretty purple crystals. I mean... yeah, that's all there is to know about this place. Yep. Like how every time I'm on a different weapon set. I've been mostly using the Cross Naginata since I got it. But yeah, it's... one thing I didn't do enough in my first couple playthroughs, I think, was just switch around weapons just to try out other things. Or even to change my Ashes of War very much. That's been fun to experiment with too. Dark Souls 1 was kind of your chill game a decade or so ago. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, because it's still satisfying to play through and beat, you know, beat the enemies and stuff, but it's not that stressful anymore, and that's nice. You spent hours in your first playthrough trying to find your way into Noxtel and not realizing they were tied into Ronnie's quest. Understandable. I I think I knew from like reading about it that this basically this upper area was off limits and I wouldn't be able to get to it yet. But I wanted to. Well, I was kind of dreading getting into the Lake of Rot, to be honest. Let's go with Bloodhound's Fang for this. These giant thrones are so bizarre. What is the deal with the giant skeletons? Nobody knows. What I do know is this is a dragonkin soldier. It is very big and strong. Oh my god, I do so much damage. Wow. That was easy. Barely even get to see it do anything. Well. The Dragonkin soldiers are kind of tough enemies if you don't have that much damage output because they hit pretty hard. And that one in particular has unique lightning attacks. We barely saw. Oops. But the tactic I'd normally like to use is to sneak up behind them if it's not like a situation like this where it drops down in front of you. And then stand in between their legs, because what they'll do is they'll spin around, but their legs will drag you around with them, so you'll stay behind them and avoid most of their attacks. What's my AR with Bloodhound's Fang? Oh, not quite 400? Doesn't seem like it's that much. What we got from the chest is a great ghost glove wart. So that would let us raise any of the unique renowned spirit ashes to +10. We are nowhere near having the materials to get anything to past +4 though. So it'll be a while before that can ever be used. Still, we did get some more upgrade materials for our weapons, and I did activate the grace here. Not that you ever need to come back. One thing I think is disappointing about this area is that it doesn't connect to any of the rest of Ainsel River in either direction. You can't climb up or go down from here, and even when you get to Ainsel River Main, there's nothing up there that can let you descend to this spot. So the whole area feels a little bit less connected than I would like it to be. Anyhow, apparently that's just a gigantic human. They got normal human proportions. They're just huge skeleton. What?
Well, I took you for no matter. Lay out your arm.
Let us upgrade. Yes, we can raise our cross-knocking out to +12. And... could improve our scythe or... You know what, let's take the halberd +9 and also Roger's rapier at +9. That'll be the most economical way to have a variety of high-ranking weapons. So now we have... Our only real somber weapon right now is the Bloodhound's Fang. We could use Tree Spear as well. We do qualify as long as we have Godric's Great Rune active. But weirdly, there aren't that many dex-based somber smithing stone weapons in the early game. Ones that exist, I think, rely on having magic or faith, like the Winged Scythe. Perhaps not the build look so fun looking. It has been fun so far. I didn't really like using our starting spear, the short spear, but with the bigger one, with blood loss buildup, been pretty solid. So now we have this slash and pierce weapon. We have a standard and pierce weapon. We've got a kind of lower level dedicated anti-skeleton strike weapon. We've got a higher level blood loss inflicting strike weapon in our Knight Rider flail. We've got a scythe at +6, Uchigatana at +6, and a rapier at +9. It's a pretty good selection of weapons to use. That is all for Ainsel River, though. So now we'll check out the northern part of the lake. Flails on horseback are pretty good. Hello, bats. There's another Mikola's Lily. And now let's first go under the bridge here. Level up. We got the 24 decks, so now we can use the Knight Rider's flail even if we don't have Godric's Great Rune. And it looks like we can't quite level up another time. Alright, we'll come back to that. We went by this mausoleum before when we came to the Raya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel. We didn't knock it down then. There's a couple ways to do it. I think it's too far away right now, but one way you can bring it down is to use the Spirit Spring to jump on top of it. Yeah, it's too far out. Because it doesn't have the skeletal growth on its legs. Instead they're up on this upper level around where the entrance to the mausoleum would be. So the other thing you can do is snipe those growths from atop one of these rock spires. You get up high and then get an angle on them. I'm not sure if we can hit them from this, enough of them from this side though. So, but I think it's making its way over towards the Spirit Spring now, so we should be able to use that. Nope, that's still too far. Come on, buddy. You want to come this way. Maybe? Oh, yeah. And there we go. Monk, you didn't know about the Spirit Spring, kept attempting to jump from the top of the nearby cliff. Ouch. Yeah, the game will not allow that. Sadly. It would be a lot easier if it did. I wonder how well we can do against these giant crayfish. I'll mount it. Not bad. Pretty darn good. Just got a bunch of smithing stones too. That's not that helpful because we can buy unlimited quantities of those now, but yeah, they're free. Oh, this field of Fulgur Bloom is such bait because the lightning strikes and it sends out this this arc of lightning across the water, and that can stun you. It's not really that dangerous, but annoying. This is the ravine at the north end of the lake. There is a dungeon up that way, but we're not going to go there yet because there is a summon sign for an NPC for the boss in that dungeon, and that we can only activate by going to Caelid first. So we'll come back with it. So we've gotten our dex goal for the time being. The next thing I want to raise is endurance, so we can equip more stuff. Stamina. Number 4, that's nice. These are some of the freakiest enemies in the game. Finger creepers. They are disembodied living hands that will attack you, and they have too many fingers, and they're very gross. Oh, and there's a giant version. But luckily, they're very easy to stun with fire, so may be able to just... Oh, that works great. So a charge attack with the Blood Flame Blade equipped gets them into the rolling on fire stun animation, and then we can just use Spinning Chain to kill them off. Not bad. In the base game, all of the giant finger creepers that you kill drop some kind of Somber Smithing Stone on the first time. All the ones in Liurnia here drop Somber 2s, and then I think the ones up in Mount Gelmir drop 4s. And the ones in the mountaintops drop 7s, maybe? Wronghouse asked, are our stats still in Radagon's Scar Seal good territory? They're on the border of that. Basically, I'm going to keep it for a little while longer, but we've already got to 40 Vigor, and that's approximately the breakpoint where the extra health you get out of the talisman is worse than the extra damage you take from it. But it's still helpful for our endurance stat right now. Once we've got that improved a little bit more, I think we'll be comfortable dropping, and then maybe also getting our vigor to 35. We'll be comfortable dropping our Scar Seal for something else, and maybe we'll do it a bit sooner. I don't think we have a ton of talismans that are really crucial to use right now. More defensive ones. We got ones that can boost our charge attacks, that kind of thing, but nothing that's absolutely incredible. Erdtree's Favor could be a nice boost, though. Also, in the basin, we got the Intelligence Not Crystal tier. So if for whatever reason we ever need to cast something that requires intelligence, that's probably what we'll have to rely on. Oh, yeah. One single charge attack with the flail kills a giant crab. Very nice. I've really never used flails much in this game at all, and it does feel like they suck for charged attacks on foot, but really good mounted weapons, which is nice. Surely for the effort of blowing up all these lance courts, we're going to get some nice prize under these ruins, right? Something worthwhile? Nope. Yeah, we've already been up to the shore, so we just need to pop a couple more balloons and then we'll head to this island in the middle. You should add a chef's hat for a torrent that boosts Runark effects. Yes. Runarks really aren't that important in this game. Godric's is, I think, the most broadly applicable for most of the game, because +5 to everything is really nice. I think they should have made it so that Runarks carry, or the Great Runes, the active Great Runes carry over to New Game Plus. So you could at least use some of the late game ones a little bit more. Like Melania's. I know that there's story progression that's gated behind getting 2 Great Runes, but they could have just tied those flags to getting 2 fresh ones in each playthrough instead of whatever's in your inventory. My Runark experience was use them for a hard fight, still die, eventually win without using Runark. I hoarded almost all of mine in my first run for very late game and tried to use them for bosses. What I've learned since is it's, in my opinion, it's way more important to use them for just general overworld navigation. And then if you lose it for a boss fight, that's whatever, just do your boss fight without it. And then after the fight, activate your Great Rune again. I think they're way more helpful as tools for getting around the world than they are for boss fights, because their quantities are limited. You just got an ad for an ad blocker? Well, what better way to advertise one, right? Should be up on this, yeah. Third turtle. Hello. On that island, there were a bunch of corpses that were rising up as zombies, and they would just respawn endlessly until you find all 3 turtles. The only really tricky one, well, I guess the one on over on that lower ledge there is kind of hard to find, but the tricky one is the one in the trees in the back. Freaking pie ad blocker. Well, I appreciate that you guys aren't blocking ads right now so that I get ad revenue. But in general, I think, like I switched to Firefox because Chrome changed all its policies on extensions, and so like the best ad blockers didn't really work well anymore. So I switched to Firefox just for that reason, so I could have a better one. Ad blocking is too much work for mobile. That is, that's how they get you, right? Actually, it's one of the reasons why I really don't like the viewing experience on Twitch. There's several, but one of them is that the ads are just horrific there, especially if you're just trying to join a stream. Personally, for YouTube, I just pay for YouTube Premium. Because it's easier than dealing with all the ads, and it works pretty well, and I can afford it. It's a nice system, I think, because if you have premium, your views still count towards revenue for all the channels you're watching. Unlike having an ad blocker. This is a really big graveyard. Three more smithing threes. That's a good add to our collection. And stop at Disgrace. I've heard people recently say that there was some controversy regarding YouTube Premium still showing you ads. I've not experienced that ever. I'm not aware of that as a thing. So what we just did was we started here. We went up this way, around the northern perimeter of the lake, then around this island, and then down the cemetery here, and then here into the Crystalline Woods. Now it's time to go check out the spot that was marked on the Sorcerer's Meeting Place map, which was just over here, west of the Academy. Also, we did just get a Memory Stone from Testu's Rise. We can add a new spell. I want to keep the focus on the melee combat for now. So what I'm going to put on is Bestial Vitality as an additional buff we can use. And then Blood Flame Blade and Grant Strength. So I want to revert to... Well... What's something we haven't tried yet? Let's do Sword Dance. As we can see, that meeting place hosts a dragon. Good hits, good hits. Already down to half. Such good luck on the attack selection from Smaragd. Absolutely no magic breath at all. Thank you. That was pretty easy. That's our third Dragon Heart, so we'll want to go back to the Church of Dragon Communion and get the last incantation. And there is our Academy Glintstone Key. Activates warp magic bound within the seals of the Academy. A glintstone key will remember its user, meaning once used it can never be passed on to another. The Academy does not welcome the indolent. So, if we use that ourselves, we can't go give it to Totes. That's the story there. There is technically another way into the Academy, though. Trying to go through this quickly while my gold pickled Valfoot's still active for some bonus runes. So rat. He says, and then he just whiffs several attacks on basic rat enemies. Classic thrust weapons versus short enemies. Tell me about it. That's what was so distressing about using the short spear earlier. At the very beginning as a prophet. Impaling thrust was great and all. God, it was a pain to hit certain enemies. So I wonder why they decide in a lot of the places that require stone sword keys to enter that they give you a rebate on them. Like in here, it took 2 stone sword keys to open this cave, but we get one inside. So what's the philosophy that leads to building the game that way as opposed to just requiring 1 stone sword key? This is a battle mage. He has a really strong hammer attack, but we just interrupted it. I should maybe have been a bit more prudent about how I engaged here. If you wonder how to get up where this guy is, there's a secret wall. Crystal Staff. That's a somber upgrading staff, which is, I suppose, kind of cool if you're intelligence build, but I think it requires a ton of int. Yeah, 48. And it's not better than the regular staves that you can get. It just has a bonus for crystal sorceries, which also don't work very well until you're very high in intelligence, and even then they're not great. Kind of the wrong order of things. Oh well. almost killed with spinning chain. You yanking my chain? Hey, look at that. We're in the academy. Really high up. And you can hardly see the rest of it because this area, as far as I know, is always shrouded in fog from up here. So alas, this is not a secret way into the academy that doesn't require a key for any practical purposes. But what it does have up here is another sorcery. Terra Magica, which you can use to set a field on a sigil on the ground that you can stand on that boosts your magic damage by it was nerfed. I think it's now 22.5%. So it's the buff for sorcerers. This early on, even if I were doing an int build, I probably wouldn't use it right now just because we have so few spell slots and I'd want other things. But it can be useful if you have an opportunity to use your sorceries over and over again while stationary. Yummy. Next stop is the church where Topes is, because, yeah, we've only got the one academy key, but we're really nice. We're willing to hand it off to him. He seemed like he really wanted to study magic, and we're too dumb for that.
Wonderful.
While I'm here, I'm going to buy out his spell inventory. Not that I want to use these, but because it gives us a little bit more dialogue if you buy all three from Topes.
Thank you, kind soul, for learning my paltry sorceries. I never imagined that a bluntstone like myself would have the chance to play teacher.
I don't think you're blunter than me, buddy.
So you found yourself a glintstone key, but I certainly can't take it from you. That key belongs to you. By rights, you should use it for yourself. It's true. I wish to return to my place of study, but that's no excuse to impose upon others. Oh, is this why bluntstones always finish last?
Well, you say so. Okay. What I don't really understand is why they made these gates, especially from the south side, load you, like, make you warp up the path here. Because there is a full path all the way up this way. And there's stuff on it, and as we walk through, you could see an item on the other side. I feel like they could have just let us walk through normally, and it would have made more sense, but oh well. For the other side of the bridge, it makes a little bit more sense why they would teleport you because the bridge is out. But on this side, eh. I also didn't know until I saw someone do it that you could go beyond the sigils there, and they weren't just blocking the path in my first run. Can't go any further this way, unfortunately. So back up to the main gate. And here on the ground we can find a red summoning sign. Sadly, this doesn't count as an invasion. I think it would have been kind of cool if this counted for Vare's quest, but instead we're being summoned to assist. In that case, I don't really know why it's a red summon. I guess we are an invader in this world. Yura is coming to kill someone else. But I think... Yeah, okay, yeah. Yura's a red. And we're fighting Bloody Finger Ravenmount Assassin. We'll let Yura do his own thing for a moment. Our rune arc deactivates while we're invading another world, so we don't get the benefit of Godric's Great Rune here. Raptor of the Mists is a skill you can use to dodge certain attacks. It gives you invincibility frames, and you jump up in the air, and it lasts. Like, you can't really act while it's happening, but you can use to dodge certain really big attacks that you can't dodge otherwise. Like the final boss of the DLC has something that you can dodge with Raptor of the Mists. That's pretty cool. What's up, Yura?
Thanks for your help there. That bloody finger was a thorn in my side. And now I'm finally rid of him. Here's a token of thanks. Please, take it.
Ooh, a smithing 5.
I may not have much time. I'm dying to see you. Eleonora. Violet bloody finger. Yes. I've been tracking Eleonora for quite some time. She is the deadliest of all bloody fingers. She's felled many an old
Alex, you love the hat. Controversial opinion, I know.
Eleonora
I don't.
is a proud knight. If she comes for you, do not think twice. You must flee. There is no shame in self-preservation. Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again, if fate permits.
Alright, hopefully. And don't go dying on me, friend. After the Mist is ported straight from Sekiro, like how using it and not getting hit won't consume your resources. I didn't know that, so it doesn't cost FP if you use it successfully. The only hefty helmet you like the look of. That's reasonable. It's less stupid than a lot of the other ones. Runes. Okay, from this merchant we can buy the Fanged Imp Ashes. We could have started the game with these. This is where you get them if you don't. We'll get all 3 stone sword keys. We'll buy the Lost Ashes of War. Beaver's Cookbook lets us craft other sleep-inducing items besides the pots, in case we ever want to do that. We could buy St. Fina's arrows, too, if we want sleep arrows. Can buy the initial armor for the warrior class. And 3 notes. One called The Preceptor's Secret, another about Revenants, and a third about the Frenzied Flame Village. Let's go read those. Man sets up shop on Busy Bridge only to have all mages teleport past him. You just can't win out here. Frenzied Flame Village says, south of the Grand Lifted Dectus lies the Frenzied Flame Village inhabited by the sick. Stay well away. You know, this being a video game, that means we have to visit it. And then here's the most important note in the whole game. The crawling royal revenants and their followers are all cursed. Healing powers will harm rather than mend. This is the info item in the game that tells you that if you use the AoE healing spells around revenants or wraithcallers, you will kill them or severely damage them. And lastly, the Preceptor's Secret. Preceptor Celivus, who we haven't met, is hiding a dirty secret in a cellar among the ruins not far from the Sisters 3. The vile Graven Witch seems to be a frequent visitor to that place. So this is a hint about something that happens further along in Selen's questline and also in Celivus's questline. Revenants are poisoned by regen magic, and just like poison or freezing mist, it doesn't aggro them. I've never tried that, but it doesn't do it. It does way less damage overall than just casting heal twice, right? Like if you're sneaking up behind a revenant, you might as well just cast heal and then cast heal immediately and kill them. No? I suppose if we had just been sent right through the gate, we would have been ambushed by this guy. And that would have been unkind. Wow. Doing the full L2 combo and kills in one, I want to say round. Yeah, one combo. Nice. You just learned it from messing around the Halo tree and having only regen equipped. I don't think I've ever fought through all the Revenants down there straight up without using healing spells. That could be an interesting challenge. Let's see what's on the other side of the highway.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, what a pity it is to be without the right. All you can do is stand at a loss, without even the half-crescents that wish to be whole, before the unmoving, unfeeling grand lift ahead. Or are you planning to throw yourself to the waters? To find the coward's passage through the dim cavern?
This is about the fourth person who's told us about our options as far as proceeding from here. We do have half of the Dectus medallion, but we don't have the other half. So The grand lift up ahead won't respond to us yet. Never realized she gave you such a hint. Coward's Passage. I've been wondering about that too. What about it is the Coward's Passage exactly?
Your seamster, Bok. He is always eager to see your return. Please, will you talk to him? When you can. I'm sure he would be much contented.
Kind of odd that Milena takes such an interest in Bok. A little bit endearing, though.
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions.
Hey, level
The
60.
principles you would follow.
It makes you a coward because you didn't need to go to retrieve both pieces of Dectus. I would certainly say that fighting through the ruins to a precipice is harder than getting both pieces.
Bok the seamster, at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
So the Grand Lift is the coward's way in my book. Never really tried out the
Going so soon?
astrologer's robe that's altered.
Please do be safe.
Wonder how
on
that
your
looks.
journeys.
Not a bad color. In lore, Caelid is probably way scarier than in game. Well, certainly. I mean, Dragon Barrow scaled as high as Farum Azula. So even in game, it's way scarier. Oh, yeah. One other business here. Pass time until nightfall. Haven't thought of it much, but it is probably rhetoric set up by the Golden Order for the right way to become king. Do the Golden Order followers even want people to become Elden Lord? Oh my god, I need to sneeze. And it didn't come. Okay. Ugh. There's a bunch of Lanedale Knights in this area. We're doing pretty well against them on horseback, though. Hello, Hyetta.
Oh, hello. Is that you over there? Have you ever heard of fingerprint grapes?
You want a new kind of grape?
Grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. I would truly love to try one. The distant light seems far closer than before, but I can't sense a thing from the usual grapes anymore. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad.
Well, I support this experiment to try to restore your sight, because if that works out, I want in on that. So
They're special
Sure.
grapes, which please.
I'll help you out.
Without one.
Hearing an item pickup noise during dialogue startled me. That was weird. And yes, that is impossible without him on. Upgraded our flasks to plus, what is that, 6 now? So. I made it nighttime because this road is not only guarded by several Kuknu knights. Did I say carrion knights before? Kuknu knights. This one forgot how to fight. But also a knight's cavalry. I'll clear out this squad and then we'll fight the scav. I guess I didn't need to buff that early because he's riding away from me. Now we're all set. And do not want to do this on horseback. Sweet. Giant Hunt is a big thrusting skill that we can use on polearms, and I think also greatswords. And the Knight Rider Glaive is a strength weapon, basically the counterpart to the Knight Rider's Flail, which is requires 24 dex. The Glaive requires, I believe it's 24 strength. And does slash damage, which is pretty rare for a pure strength weapon. It's a halberd, which is a pretty nice weapon overall. It's one of the things I used early in my strength run quite a bit. I'll teach you not to use Scholar's Armament in front of me. The road down here is covered by some siege weaponry, a bunch of catapults. But if we come up this way, we can avoid those. Now we're in from the side. Another Cuckoo Knight. Here was another Cuckoo Knight. Great Mace is another strength weapon. A little bit beyond our capabilities right now. 28 strength. Thank you, Blood Flame Blade. That should be all the catapults cleared now. So we can go down to the road ahead with no fear of getting shot by them. So there is a Miquela's Lily right there. And I guess we don't need to kill the Scarab. Now down this way we can go get this item, which is another rune arc. Hooray. The First Liurnian War. Radagon's glory burns red as his hair. I wonder what the interlude was, because the First Liurnian War and the Second Liurnian War had the same two factions. It was Radagon and the Golden Order against the Carians, led by Queen Renala. So, was there just a temporary truce or ceasefire or something? I guess to be two different wars, it would have to be a peace treaty. But it was the second one that was resolved by the marriage. Second rune arc. One really cool way to get to this area is from that upper area, which is behind Caria Manor. You can use Torrent to climb atop that giant rock spire in the middle of the ravine, and then carefully make your way down and across, jumping onto some of the lower spires on the near side to get here, but it's really difficult. There's lots of falls there that are just a little bit too long and will kill you. But it looks sweet. Seriously. It's there somewhere. Another path leading back to the foot of the Erd tree. Ancient tunnel. I think we've already gotten that info several times over, but thank you, Mr. Ghost. Here is the Grand Lift. Can't do anything with it right now, sadly. Hey, Melina.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
Sure.
In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart. Shall I turn your runes to strength?
Interesting that Marika's command to the Tarnished to come back to the Lands Between is still seemingly to join the Order,
your thoughts,
the Golden Order.
your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
I guess we'll find out later that she doesn't really believe in that anymore. Okay, I want to do one more endurance, and then we'll get a little bit more vigor, and then we'll take off Radagon's Scar Seal, and then probably pump faith so that we can use some of the important incantations we can get relatively soon. We don't really need to max out our deck stat until we have until we have higher upgrade levels. Although we're getting up there, we already have a plus 12 across Naginata, and that's basically halfway to max upgrades. But now it's time to follow that other note we bought about the Frenzied Flame Village, which told us not to do this. Oh well. But south of the Grand Lift, we could find it. And it's kind of more like the Frenzied Flame Village finds us, honestly. Wrong way. Because as you go up this trail, tower up here spawns a giant ball of frenzied flame, and if you look at it, you will take damage and build up madness. If you're in the line of sight, it will hurt you. But if you go down this left side instead of going straight up the path, you'll come to a spirit spring, which lets you get up to the tower without really having to deal with the Eye of Sauron too much. Could have gone better. I hate rats. I think the game is subtly telling it's part written by George R. R. Martin. Why? Because of the Frenzied Tower? Howl of Shabriri is a body buff that increases all kinds of damage taken. We have Flame Grant Me Strength, which increases damage dealt and taken. We have Flame Grant Me Strength, which increases the amount of fire and physical damage you do. But Howl of Shabriri applies to every kind of damage you deal, so it is superior for any application that isn't just physical or fire damage, at the cost of making you take more damage in return. Killing all the frenzied villagers at the top here turns off the frenzy flame ball forever, so the hazard is neutralized now. Usually ride Torrent up the side of the tower so you don't deal with those rats. Good plan. So I don't plan to get enough faith to use Howl of Shabriri, and even if I did, I'd probably stick with Flame Grant Me Strength anyway. Because I'm mostly doing physical damage and a bit of fire with Blood Flame Blade, and that's about it. Since we bought the note about it, I guess it's fair game now to use heal against some Wraith Callers, so we'll get an opportunity to do that right about now. Over this way, there's another Mage's Tower that's guarded by a Carrion Troll Knight over there. There's also a... where is it? It'll be around here somewhere. Should be a statue pointing the way to the Black Knife Catacombs. This is the... where is it? But we've of course already been there. Oh, it's just up here. Yeah, this one. So if you've already been to a Catacombs dungeon, you can't use these anymore. They won't show a ray of light any longer. So, oh no, sequence broke. We didn't come all the way here to get told where the catacombs are. But we had the map to guide us there anyway. Here's a suspicious circle of chairs with items, and if you go to it, a whole bunch of Wraith Callers spawn in, but luckily they get one shot by heal. Which conveniently also recovers the damage you take while you're riding around getting hit by the Wraith that they summon. There's the village. Before we go in, let's check out the trail we avoided when we took the Spirit Spring to get up to the tower. We have to go up here. Yep, one Arteria leaf. So if we come up this way, we would have been facing the Eye of Sauron the whole time, and we would have been possibly impeded by some more rats along this trail. Could use their frenzied magic against them, but it's not very effective, since I haven't upgraded my seal at all. Runark, please. No such luck. There's one more Arteria leaf there, and yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Back to the village outskirts. Now let's enter the village. Which of course has more frenzied villagers. We've seen one place like this before. That was the Ailing Village, I think it was called, down in Weeping Peninsula. It was also afflicted by the frenzy. Watch out for Ethan. The first one you didn't find this great, so you had to take the long way from Dectus every time the invader later wrecked me. Which I hope I don't get wrecked by the invader, but it's a distinct possibility. There's this whole group of Raya Lucaria soldiers, and they're all frenzied. And they can use the Flame of Frenzy on you. That one was just about to do it. Shabriri's Woe is one of the talismans you could have started with at the beginning of the game, and it draws enemies' aggression. Disturbing likeness of a man whose eyes have been gouged out. The corners of his mouth are upturned in an almost flirtatious manner. It is said that the man named Shabriri had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander. Wonder what he possibly could have said to deserve that. And with time, the blight of the Flame of Frenzy came to dwell in the empty sockets. This being a frenzied area, there's a few more Eyes of Yellow to collect. And an Arteria leaf up here. Hello, rat. For slander, I'm surprised I didn't take the tongue. You would think. Look at that mausoleum. Isn't he handsome? That worked beautifully. Thank you, the Flame of Frenzy. You could drop down from here to get to that mausoleum area, but like I said earlier, you can't get back up from that side, so it would be a one-way drop. Which, of course, we could just teleport back from. I wish you could make this jump here. Have a faster way to the top of the village, but no. I will go up to the church in a moment, but before we go there, we'll grab this incantation. And try not to get killed by rats while doing it. Low poke weapon. Oh god. Oh, that was a failure. Have to reset to get the scarab to respawn. Oh, now it's raining. They do blindfold prophets, those with the prophecy of the tree burning, so there's precedent. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot to do with eyes, with you know, the prophet class and the flame of frenzy. And then also with Dragon Communion. And becoming a Blood Knight, for that matter. Alright, so that incantation, Frenzied Burst, is like the Faith Sniper spell. It's really long range. Can be charged up, I think. And just has really nice utility if you need to shoot stuff from a distance. So you don't need a bow for that. The Miranda flowers are not worth fighting around here. Although I think I'll demonstrate something. Normally they're weak to fire, right? But these ones, because they've already taken on the frenzied flame, they don't get stunned by fire, they become frenzied by fire. They swing around and attack wildly. And the small Miranda flowers, you set them alight, they will explode in a cloud of madness powder. Annoying that Blood Knighthood ignores the Dragon Eyes. Yes, I agree. I wish you could... If you had all three, I wish you could set which one you have. Dragon Eyes, I think, are the coolest effect. But you can't keep those if you also do Vari's Quest. Ah, Lord Vike. It seems that you were no lord after all. Then where is he? Our true lord. Our lord of frenzied flame. We beg of you, incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world! I used Golden Vow, I don't remember. I don't know how Sword Dance is going to do in this fight. We'll find out. Having a charging thrust is really nice, though. That was Frenzied Burst. Not too bad. Cool. I've had that go way worse before. These are some cool items. Vike's War Spear. War Spear singed and blistered by fingers used by Vike, Knight of the Round Table Hold. Like Vike himself, it has been tormented by the yellow flame of frenzy from within. And the fingerprint grape, eyeball of the Knight Vike, inflamed yellow, viewed with a repulsive fingerprint burn akin to those that marred his entire body. If offered to the blind maiden, it will lead her to the source of the distant light, allowing her to become a finger maiden. Well, what do you know? Iris said Lord Vake. Yes. Well, I don't think Vake in the Lands Between would embrace the Flame of Frenzy. He doesn't seem like the type. Maybe if his kid died. Here at the Church of Inhibition, we get a sacred tear, and rather like the maiden that was in the Church of Anticipation at the start of the game, we find another one who is sadly dead in this chair. She drops her clothing, the Finger Maiden fillet, Finger Maiden robe, Finger Maiden shoes. The guidance of grace would ensure that the pair be brought together, or at least such was the promise long ago. We'll learn more about Vike that will help tell us what happened here. He would embrace the bonk. He would certainly be a strength build. Yes. We get to upgrade our flasks to +7 now. We're almost done here. There's, what, one more Eye of Yellow? Down this way. No. Okay, and that's the entire northeast of Liurnia. We've already covered the whole east side, more or less. We cleared the lake, we went down the west side, we cleared the village of the Almanorcs. So the next thing to do is what we were told to do by Roger. Go find Carrion Manor. And see if Ronnie is there. This place is filled with sorcerers who teleport, or rather, technically they don't teleport, they just disappear and then reappear at other places. So they're kind of annoying to chase down if you don't have a big AoE attack that can just hit them regardless of where they are. E.g., forgive me. These royal grounds were placed in our trust, but we stood no chance. This place was attacked by the Cuckoos in their rebellion against the Carians. Also, it's booby-trapped with magic. Down here is a hidden stairway, which leads to a boss that could be terrifying, but for us should be very easy, because we read our note about revenants. What I'm doing is I'm riding my horse around behind it, and then cast 1 heal, it does over 50% damage, cast 2, it's dead. Sweet. It's better to do that on horseback because the recovery time from the peel animation is shorter. If you do it on the ground, then you stay kneeling for a long time and you can't cast it again for a couple more seconds. Does that dialogue imply that E.G. at some point in history didn't set up shop right beside these ruins? suppose so, maybe. If you really want the sweet headband that some of these sorcerers are wearing, this is the best place in the game to find it, because it's right next to a site of grace through this wall. I'm going to use up my golden runes. Unfortunately, I can't sell them to EG, I believe. It doesn't work like that as a merchant. Hello?
Look at you. We don't receive many visitors. I presume you are tarnished? What brings you here? Oh, pardon me.
I can tell you, but I think that might hurt my mission.
I am E.G., a blacksmith who once served the Carian royals. An old codger who refuses to retire his rusty hammer. So here I am, still quietly plying my trade on this spot. Perhaps you'd like a display? These bones are old, but still able. Oh, watch out there. When I'm absorbed in my smithing, I lose sight of all else. If you come too close, I'm apt to cause you harm.
God only knows how he does any kind of smithy with a hammer that huge.
Large compared to you, Tarnished. You don't know how hard it is not to break anything while I work.
The greatsword is dagger-sized to EG.
Brave Tarnished. A word of warning, if you please. This territory once belonged to the Carian royal family. Their manor lies not far beyond this point. When the Raya Lucari Academy turned on the Carians, the Knights of the Cuckoo descended on this tract. After leveling it, they carried on to the manor. The Carians were taken off guard, but their strength had not waned, and they repelled the Knights' onslaught by conjuring an enchanted snare that remains potent to this day. That is why I say, Tarnished, don't go near the manor, unless you wish to lie with the corpses of the heedless Knights of the Cuckoo.
Who are you calling heedless?
Blythe actually did that. Did he? Quite a rare occurrence for such a guarded soul as he. Perhaps he sensed something unusual about you. At any rate, if you're friendly with Blythe, I've something else that might suit you. I've explored the enchanting, whatever you...
Okay, because we've been recommended by Blythe, EG sells a new talisman that you wouldn't be able to access otherwise, the Carian Filigree Crest, which you can use to make skills cost less FP. I don't know how much it is, like 15 or 20% maybe? I'll buy that, and then he also sells a selection of somber smithing stones. In fact, the level 1 and level 2 stones are unlimited, so even though we don't have the somber stone bell-bearing level 1 that would let us buy these from the Twin Maiden husks, we already have access to an unlimited number of these through EG. And he also has 3 each of the level 3 and level 4 somber stones. So we could buy those to raise up a few more of those somber weapons. We don't have that many that we want to upgrade right now. Pike's War Spear is worth considering. Actually, I think it could be really fun to have that this next area. We do have the stats for it as long as we have Godric's Great Room. Let's try that out. I don't think we need to buy more Somber Stones right now, though. I think we're okay with what we've got. And like I said earlier in the stream, we don't have that many Somber dex weapons available at the moment. So I won't buy more of his Somber Stones just yet. That is the trap set up on the grounds of Carrier Manor. As long as we keep moving, we should be okay. The reason why I wanted to try out Vike's War Spear is because it has built-in fire damage, and we're about to fight a whole bunch of finger creepers who will be stunned by the fire. I wonder how the Cuckoo Knights lost to the Carrion Trap when it's so well telegraphed and goes straight unless the trap went off right above them. Maybe it did. It wasn't just the trap, I think. They also fought the Carrion forces, and the Carrion Knights are legendary fighters. But it's probably mostly the trap, yes. So maybe back in the day it was a little bit more potent. Entering Carrier Manor. And oh god, there are so many hands that are going to attack us here. If you clear this place out thoroughly, it makes you a chump for buying any Somber Smithing Stones too, though, I'll tell you that. That's inconvenient. Hard to get a charged R2 to hit him when they're underground. Even the small ones have a chance to drop Somber 2s. Yes, Blue Magnus Stormcrow. They have way too many fingers. It's really freaky. Ooh. Okay, the Ash of War weapon skill puts a lingering fire hitbox on the ground. That could be useful. Running R2 is a thrusting charge. Not sure I like that. Is this now a frenzied flame run? Well, not exactly. Stat-wise, I'm still doing what I've been doing. But we just got this new fire weapon. Might as well use it against the enemies that are weak to fire, right? Is this the Vike Lance? Yes. How does it feel using the best weapon in Elden Ring? Oh, you saw that video too? It feels okay. Is this the same moveset as the Mesmer Soldier, Lance? I don't think I've really used either. Definitely enjoy this. The wide sweeping R2. That is nice. Juke the finger creeper by jumping or by lunging under it. That's fun. Turnabout is fair play, I guess. So I've been carefully avoiding this, but if you walk into the grasp of those hands when they're buried underground, they will grab you and hurt quite a bit. Arian Piercer is a really good sorcery. Highly recommend it. Will not be using it. Alright, here's a scary part. There are two giant finger creepers up on this archway. Don't want to fight them both at the same time, but yeah, a throwing dagger can lure one at a time. Those fingers with finger creepers with the rings can fire this purple beam thing that will paralyze you. Pretty annoying. wonder what this Albinoric mage is saying. Must have been the wind. That was pretty sweet. A shame that it landed on me, but other than that, it was cool. The recipe we just got is for freezing pots, so those have some really nice utility as a way to inflict frostbite if you don't have weapons that can do it, or spells. You might end up using those on occasion. Alright, we've cleared out the grounds. Very creepy. Honestly, I like that area now. Now that I sort of know what to do. That was a nightmare coming here on my first playthrough. I had no clue about the fire interaction with finger creepers, and it didn't go well. Lady Rani, we have long awaited you. I pray for your house's swift revival. May the full moon shine upon Caria. It's a ghost of a Carian knight. Or went out for one of Rani's homies. Drop this and go. Or Banished Night Halberd. Be on theme and use our own ice attacks. Parries are harder in this environment. I honestly don't remember the Godric soldiers having that thrusting move with their straight sword. Weird. It's an ambush. Not for me. Jumping down this way gets us to this lower rooftop, which has, well, number one, this ladder. I don't think there's anything up this way. Am I right? Pretty sure. Yeah, nothing of note there. If you go down this ladder, you will enter a side room in the lower courtyard with a chest containing, I think this is our second legendary weapon, the Sword of Night and Flame. I've never used this. I would like to at some point, but I've never really had a faith and intelligence build that I can use that. Takes 24 int and 24 faith. And then that door just opens a shortcut back to the courtyard area with all the finger creepers, but we have nothing else to do there. You've heard it's worth it? I have too. Sometimes with your faith builds, you go for 13 int for the discus since it costs 3 FP, and the Twin Sage Helm plus a 5 int buff by a Godric or Talisman makes me be able to use Sonaf. There's a lot to dedicate just to be able to use it, right? But yeah, it's true. You're not pumping int and faith at the same time all that much. I do like Discus of Light. I have been able to use that. And it's such a nice utility spell for how cheap it is. There's one side area we want to explore on these ramparts, but before we do that, I'm going to go up this elevator and go tag the next Grace first. It is possible to land safely on this outer wall over here. If you do that, you can reach down on this side, just a corpse under the stairs. And on the other side, firstly, a group of finger creepers. And the Urumi, which is a whip that does slash damage where most whips do strike damage. I might end up using that. I've never tried it. It at max upgrade level, it gets S scaling and dexterity, which is pretty cool. Having some semblance of intelligence is also nice for the Gold Mask quest. True, but it is possible to get to the required intelligence without having the base 7 of a prophet or hero, if you really try. This is going to be our first encounter, I believe, with an abductor virgin. They have some interesting mechanics. Unlike most enemies, their stance doesn't get broken by, like depending on the strength of the attacks you make with your weapons or anything like that. It's all based on the number of hits they take within a certain time frame. And lightning weapons, lightning attacks give you like a huge multiplier, and also they will grab you and suck you in and start munching you up and deal a lot of damage that way. And I should not have tried to do a charge attack right in front of it. It's also not the greatest terrain to be fighting it on. I don't think Ice Spear is perhaps the best skill for this particular enemy. While their gates in front are open, they take a lot more damage. And what happens when you break their stance is they get stunned and the hatch is open. But of course, while it's open and the arms are reaching out trying to grab you, yes, they take more damage, but also you can get grabbed. Anyway, a little beyond that, we can pick up one more item here. And that is all for this area. So now let's go up to the upper level that we just touched up the elevator. Are there any stat-locked quests? The only one that has a significant stat barrier, as far as I know, is the Gold Mask quest. And like I said, it is possible to achieve the stat requirements with a bunch of temporary buffs, even if you don't have any more than the absolute minimum intelligence in the game. That was a dire wolf, an upgraded version of a stronger version of a regular wolf, I suppose. They only appear in 2 areas, here in Carrier Manor and then in the Consecrated Snowfields, I believe. Now, just for fun, okay, I do have enough FP. Are you able to summon spirits somewhere in this area? I think you can. Maybe not next to this one. I want to try to summon Latenna near a dire wolf. Guess there are no spirit summons around here. Not allowed. That's a shame. Obviously, there's one more carrion troll knight in our way. I'm going to circle around and attack it from behind. Oh, I got stuck. Okay. No critical hit, but that should be fine. Yes. This is the Troll Knight that always drops the Troll Knight's sword. I think we have two, right? We got another drop randomly earlier. A couple of pages on these stairs. This side only has one. The other side has two because there is there's one on the steps and there's another one standing here on this ledge. Really thought the sword dance sweep would hit the injured one. Okay. And now in here, boss fight time. You know, it would be crazy if they made an identical Troll Knight sword but just changed the Ash of War, but who would do that? What's really crazy is that the original Troll Knight sword doesn't have the skill that the new one does. When it, by all rights, absolutely should. Bloodflame Blade's not going to do a whole lot for us against this enemy. Oh well. It'll add some minuscule amount of damage. Not too bad. So we got Frenzied Burst, which is like the Faith Sniper spell. The Retta's Great Bow is the Intelligence one. I'll come back here. Still got my Gold Pickle Foul Foot going, so I'm gonna a little bit more exploration real quick. Because out the side exit over here, there's another area we can do some parkour around. And I'm using a strike weapon because it's filled with warrior jars. Goodbye item, I guess you're lost forever. Don't know what's funny, your items staying floating midair, and DS2 if items aren't dropped on the floor and they keep falling into the void. Definitely the DS2 issue. It sounds really stupid. I can see one more item down there to go get. Ash of War, Carrying Grandeur. Really good magic Ash of War. There's like one place in that game where I guess the floorboards aren't completely covered up so items can just clip. Oof. Alright, so we're holding on to our runes for a little bit. We want... Oh yeah. We'd like to try... Loretta Slash. Welcome to the Three Sisters. This tower, Rena's Rise, we can't enter. Locked shut for now. For now. Frozen Armament is another weapon buff, but only... It's weird. It doesn't add damage to your weapons. It only adds frostbite buildup. And it's a static amount as far as I'm aware. It doesn't scale with anything. So it just adds a small amount of frostbite buildup. A little bit more than a freezing grease, but not by that much. Are you side? Not so far. Question is, if you apply frost armament to your ice spear weapon, does using it point blank do more frost? I don't think ice spear has a weapon hitbox in the windup. Some skills do. I don't think ice spear does. So I believe the answer is no. We found some Almanorics with the Carrions. And their ashes. And here is the painter from that painting that we found at the artist shack in East Liurnia. There's the the gateway for the bridge, and then the academy beyond it. From that, we get the Juvenile Scholar cap and Juvenile Scholar robe and a larval tier, which is an interesting bit of foreshadowing, actually, about how the larval tiers are connected to the scholars of the academy. It says, robe worn by young academy scholars, the juveniles birthed anew by the amber egg of Green Renala, the head of Raya Lucaria Academy. Yet their rebirth is not without imperfections, and thus do they repeat the process, eventually becoming utterly dependent upon it. Rebirth is as sleep to them, and with each awakening, memory fades into oblivion. Permanent cycles of death and rebirth. Where have we encountered that before in this game? Also down this way is a mini-boss. See how we do. That's the top tier wolves in the game. We met the dire wolves, and then here is a red wolf of Radagon. Oh, and a regular wolf. Hello. Fine, we'll deal with you first. I don't want to use my wondrous physic yet. I don't know if Loretta's slash does magic damage like the animation would suggest, or if it's that's just cosmetic. Ow, ow, please don't kill me. Alright, Wolf down. You don't get a lot of runes for that, but if you do clear that out, you can loot the area a little bit more easily, and what you get around all these wolves is a whole bunch of Nicholas lilies. And a golden rune 3, worth what, like 600 runes? Something paltry like that. One last point of interest on this side of the manor is the Everjail up here. This is an Onyx Lord. We fought Alabaster Lords before. These are a different variant. They use a curved greatsword instead of a regular greatsword. Similar deal. They have gravity attacks. I think these ones are a bit faster overall. But they're relatively easy to knock out of their attack animation still, so that's not too big of a problem. Easy. These ones use gravity push instead of gravity pull, such variety. Yes. True. Also, like the weapon that you get when you eventually get the Onyx Lord's Greatsword, it is worse, I think, and the skill on it is worse than the Alabaster Lord's one too. Martyria leaf here. And then, yeah, so this is the giant rock spire I was pointing out when we were on the other side over at Bellum Highway. You can climb up this way and then do some careful jumping to get to the, in between the spires here and across there. And I think back up this way. Yep. And then up here and around and across to that side, and then drop down and then jump across to the other smaller peak, as it were, over there, and then down to the highway. So that's the cool way to get to the ground lift of Dectus, but not a very practical way to do it. Ash of War Chilling Mist basically does what Frozen Armament does, but better. If you're willing to give up your weapons skill for it, anyway. And we've got one more dragon stomping around back here. This one is similar to Smaragd, with a slightly different moveset. Adula has different spells you can cast. But at this stage in the game, she's no stronger, and also, once she gets to half health, she takes off and disappears. Just like that. She was guarding this tower, which, it turns out, is Ranni's Rise. I love that we can ride our horse inside.
Oh, again we cross paths. I believe I said my name was Rena when last we met. It pleaseth me to see Torrent hale and hearty, but tarnished. What business hast thou here? I have no memory of inking thee an invitation.
Now, if you haven't done Roger's quest line beforehand, then you can just answer that. I think it's something along the lines of basically no reason, and then Ranni's kind of thrilled to hear that, because that just means you came to visit her of your own volition. But if you have progressed Roger's quest line, then you are here on a mission, and you're forced to tell Ranni, well, not exactly what you're doing, but you're forced to accuse her of plotting the Night of the Black Knives.
I see. Quite the sleuth, aren't we? Indeed, I am the witch Ranni. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all. But sadly for thee, the curse mark thou seekest is not to be found here. I have slain the body I was born into and cast it away. And it is upon that flesh the curse mark is carved.
She just goes ahead and admits it. Which is very funny in the context of the story trailer for this game, where it's Ranni narrating and summarizing the events of the Night of the Black Knives and just wondering at the end, so who could have done this?
And why should I reveal that to thee? I performed the act not to bury the past, nor in shame of the deed, but all the same, thy begging compels me not a jot. The curse mark thou seekest is not here. That is all I will say. Now, be gone.
Why do you think Ranni has this spectral face attached to her doll face? Like, I mean, I guess we're supposed to obviously conclude it's part of the sorcery that lets her inhabit it, but maybe like thematically, what's the point of that? Turns out it's Mio Xenoblade 3. It is also Mio Xenoblade 3. Yes. I should have done a cosplay run as Noah, actually, and then married Ranni. I'm taking the elevator down because I want it down there. But we're stuck right now. We can't progress because Ranni won't tell us anything more. So let's report back to Roger.
Always good to see you safe. Son, what do you need?
Ranni cast off her curse mark.
I see. When Ranni shed her flesh, she shed the curse mark too. You know, not everyone would trust such a tale.
But would Noah even be a dex build with a katana? I would assume so.
Than the living doll you profess, then perhaps it's true after all. Forgive the bluntness of the notion, but how would you like to become one of Ranni's vassals? Only in order to get what we want, of course. The location of the body which bore the curse mark, which right now I haven't the faintest. And the best way to find out is for you to enter her service and take a poke around on the sly. I know you've got what it takes. Not only are you a superb fighter, but people want to trust you. I've seen it.
Aw, thanks, buddy. That's really kind of you to say.
Can you become Ranni's vassal to advance our agenda? While in her service, you'll be able to take a poke around on the sly and determine the location of her original body that bears the curse mark. I realize that I'm asking you to put yourself in grave danger, but I know you've got what it takes. Quite possibly the only one, in fact.
I think I'm too stupid to realize that the genius witch might catch on to my plan. So sure, let's go do that. We're going literally as a two-face. She does betray the Order and her family. She also never fully reveals her intentions, as far as I recall, so she does play all the sides. Well, she's pretty forthright about her intentions, I think. She's a bit of a liar, but not much of one. But yeah, I think that's an interesting note, yeah, that she's two-faced in that way. She doesn't really betray her family well, she kind of betrays her family. But she had a good relationship with both her brothers. It's just that one of them is driven mad and kind of isn't living a real life anymore. And the other one, well, we'll get to him.
The curse mark thou seekest is not here. That is all I will say. Now, be gone.
No, Ranni, you misunderstand. I'm not here to sleuth around. I want to be your vassal.
Oh, is that so? Thou wouldst render me aid. Is that thy proposal? Affording thyself opportunity to grope about for the curse mark's location, no
Well,
doubt.
shit.
Very well.
She's on to us, chat.
There's nothing wrong with a well-laid scheme. What's more,
Turns out she likes it.
past and past wounds beckon to thee. I am curious enough to see what thy destiny portends. I'll allow it. Enter my service, and good hunting to thee. Good. Then I ask we proceed with haste. There is, in my service, a half-wolven warrior by the name of Blythe.
I know him.
I would have thee join him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron, the Eternal City. I have called for Blythe to greet thee below. Take from him the particulars. Ah, and there wilt thou find Iji, my war counselor, and Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts also. Heed not their peculiarities. Feel secure in gaining from them what advantage thou canst. I am sure the others will be doing just the same.
Yeah, there's... See, she is forthright. She just outright says, look, I know my minions are going to try to take advantage of you, so don't feel bad about doing the same in return.
Speak with the three who await thee below. Thou needst not indulge them unduly, but they too wish to appraise thy worth. It hath been a passing long time since a newcomer entered my service, after all.
Yes, mistress. E.G., how'd you get in here?
Oh, so you were the one. Lady Rani has explained everything. Again, I am Iji, the Karian royal family's dedicated blacksmith and Lady Rani's war counselor. I'm told that you are searching for Nokron with Blythe. I will give you whatever guidance I can, and pray for your success.
Thank you.
My apologies for the misleading words of warning. I never imagined that an audience, let alone service to Lady Rani, was in your fate. I, for one, should have seen it, but I did not. Do forgive me. My fellow, let us give all that we can of ourselves, together, for Lady Rani.
What's up, Blythe?
Long time, friend. Blythe. Have you forgotten? Glad to have you in the service of Mistress Rani. Well, getting right to business. I'm still in Limgrave. The eternal city of Nokron lies somewhere at the bottom of this land. I'm planning to go below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron from there. I'm going below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can.
All right, we got it.
find the road to
Well in the Mistwood.
I see. You must be Rani's new hireling. Yes, I've heard all about you. I am Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts. I don't know what it is the mistress sees in a provincial tarnished like you, but since we have the misfortune of serving the same lady, I ask that you kindly try not to drag us all down with you. I reside in another tower close by. Come and pay me a visit, should you wish to be of actual service to Mistress Rani.
Okay,
If it were
I'll
up
do
to
that.
me, I wouldn't waste my time on the likes of you. But who am I to stand against the wishes of my lady?
Salavis is quite the character. We got that note about his secret dungeon in the ruins nearby, so we'll try to check that out. Hi, Ronnie.
Allow me to forewarn thee. I shall soon enter my slumber, and it will be some time before I wake. This doll's body is not without its hindrances. Still, I have high hopes for thee. I look forward to the good news when I arise.
Right, we'll get on that. Back down the elevator. E.G. and Blythe and Celibus' spirits are gone. And down here, if we check under the tower, behind the tower, we can get a Trina's Lily. And then we'll head over to these ruins just outside. Here's a hidden stairway. And what do we find down here? It's... I believe that's a Nox swordstress? And a page. And a finger maiden. And an omen killer. And the naked man with a jar hat. That looks so uncomfortable. A message. Celibus's puppet. Do not touch. Oh my god, chat, he admitted it. It's him. He just put his name all over it. This is his weird dungeon with these bodies? Corpses? Things. We'll check that out a little bit more later. For some reason you can skip talking to Ronnie there after talking to the boys by just sitting in a grace. But I wanted to talk to Ronnie. Why would you not want to talk to Ronnie? Black Wolf Mask. A mask fashioned after the head of a black wolf, relic of an assassin who assumed the guise of Ronnie the Witch's loyal shadow. The likeness is striking. This has some... The fact that this is here at Celibus's Rise has some interesting implications, but it's not really ever explored. Just a suggestion that maybe Celibus has some association with some assassins who wanted to get close to Ronnie. Hi.
Well, you took me at my word.
Yeah, you told me to come.
I was merely being polite. Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze. I suppose you're here now. Perhaps I'll give you something to do. I'd like you to find a woman called Nefeli to administer a potion. Even you can do that much, can't you?
Sure, okay.
Good.
I see nothing wrong with this.
Hand over the potion in question. Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. I expect glad tidings, and soon.
Cloudy tonic of bluish black. Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. Okay. My friend, I have like 10 int. I can't read through your subtext. Buddy, I have 7. There's nothing going on up here. People tell me to do things and I just do them. That was not what I intended to do. Well, there goes my rune arc a little bit earlier than I expected. Ouch. Well, that's funny. I respawn all the way at the top of Rodney's Rise and not at the Grace. You usually just keep this for later to give to someone else. Spoilers. Shh. Okay, let's try not losing to gravity this time. My 49,000 runes. That's more like it. It's down here. Upper floor of the chapel area. And there's another person in the same pose as all those dolls in Celevis's basement. Actually, 2 Rhyolacarian soldiers. And this Albinorc mage who we can talk to.
Oh, you.
Nice fashion. Thanks, Nova.
Your worship. I apologize for any offense given. I am
It's a pretty sick jacket, if I do say so myself.
servant to the Carrion royal family. I am charged with maintaining these ghastly dolls. Your worship, allow me to be of use. Other than the puppets, there are some very fine things up here in this storeroom. Why not pick something out before you go? But please, can you offer poor ill-starred Pythia a little something by way of compensation?
He's in charge of maintaining the puppets. We know that Ronnie has a doll body, so presumably that's the reason why someone like Pythia is retained by the Carrion royal family to use those doll forms for things like whatever Ronnie's doing with it. But there's some indication that maybe Pythia is more than he appears to be. If we could buy a ritual pot, so we have an extra one of those, and a larval tear, and a cookbook that lets us craft cold arrows. Also, Ashabor Carrion Retaliation is the best parry skill in the game. And not only does it have the best frame data, well, I guess it's technically slightly worse than Buckler Parry, but the same duration, startup frames, and everything. But also, when you successfully execute a parry of a spell, which this can do is in addition to melee attacks, then it'll block the damage from the spell and summon some glint blades around you that will then seek out enemies in front of you. Excellent skill. Ripple Blade is an axe with the only notable thing about it is that it only scales with Arcane, not Strength or Dex or Interfaith. And it is infusible, so, well, yeah, I think it's infusible. You can put other skills on it, but also you can put greases on. So normally, the only way to get arcane scaling on a weapon usually is to put occult or poison or blood skills, or blood affinity on it. And then you get the arcane scaling, which can increase, and with arcane scaling, that can increase the amount of status effect build up you do. But with those affinities, you can't apply greases that have certain kinds of status build up that there's no affinity for. So the only way you can really get arcane scaling that improves sleep buildup in particular is by putting soporific grease on a ripple blade, or the ripple halberd, I think it's called. Similar weapon, also an albinoric weapon that scales with arcane. We're not doing an arcane build, so we're not gonna use that, but that's the gimmick. Lastly, there's a weathered map that you can buy. Once you pay for it, you can check out what it is. And what that map has is a depiction of streaks of amber light somewhere in the world. We haven't been to the landmark that this depicts, but this is a clue to the place you have to go to for Celavis's quest, which ends up being a little bit strange later on. Blood Ripple Blade with Wild Strikes can go kind of crazy. Yeah, that's probably actually better for bleed buildup than the Blood Grease anyway, because I think Blood Grease only adds like 30 or 35 blood loss buildup. So if you're going for bleed, the ripple weapons don't really do much. I think it's only sleep that really does anything unique that you couldn't just get with a regular infusion. There's definitely blood grease. You get the recipe for it in Fort Height. Holy airwalking. Does this really not shoot downward? That's really funny. You can't hit things substantially below you with Ice Spear. Okay, fine. There's no frenzy grease, no. Nothing with madness. And it doesn't... yeah, madness doesn't scale with arcane anyway. Oh, we're right out by the front gate of the manor again. And now that we've defeated Loretta, the bolts of... like the rain of magic arrows no longer shoots down from the sky. So the grounds are safe. You check out this monument about the resting place of the contemptible cuckoos lost in the siege of Carrion Manor. They were all apparently exterminated out here before they could reach the castle. One reason to kill those nobles is they have some cool items, but the drop rates are really bad, so you just kind of want to try your luck all the time. Like the Noble Slender Sword is a cool straight sword with a lot of range, and some of their clothes are good for fashion. We just got Hoarfrost Stomp. My understanding is that when the game came out, that was a really broken skill. You stomp on the ground and you spread a bunch of ice in front of you, and it used to do a lot of damage and a lot of frostbite buildup. It's not that effective anymore. Like, it's still okay, but not super impressive any longer. Just jumped from that rock spire to make the crossing to a lower part of the ravine, not all the way up to the highway, but this brings us to this merchant who's camped out here.
I don't want any trouble.
Sell some more runes. Purchase all of his rune arcs. All of his bewitching branches. His cookbook for great arrows. Go ahead and grab the composite bow and the rift shield. I believe this is the starting shield for a prisoner. And it does have a small bonus that boosts focus when equipped. And then the blue crest heater shield is the starting shield for confessors.
All done? Well, be on your way then.
This area is actually down behind Bellum Church. So here we can reunite with Hayata.
Special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad. Oh.
Here you go, friend.
Oh. A fingerprint grape. Tried and true. What a wondrous thing. A fingerprint grape. Oh, how sweet. Yet, how it burns. Thank you. I've composed myself again. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I'm sure I'll be a finger maiden.
Okay, see you around, Hayata. Enjoy those eyeballs. That is, in fact, the second to last step in Hayata's whole questline, so we won't be seeing her for a while. Ooh, we do have enough runes to level up. Cool. Where were we? We satisfied with our endurance. We're going to raise vigor to 35. And that will get us to 40 when our rune arc is activated, which it currently isn't. But I am going to take an intentional death a bit further into this dungeon, so I won't spend one now. Welcome to Hogwarts, everyone. That guy just tried to headbutt me. Ooh. Got their clothes. Not my style. I guess one thing to point out before I go in, you can see there's this graveyard area on the left. Obviously that's accessible at some point. But also there's this room on the right of the church. It turns out that that's just behind an invisible, or behind an illusory wall here. The rune arc. Wow. Okay, let's experiment. Is there a melee hitbox for Ice Spear? Signs point to no. In Hogwarts, despite 7 int, don't let your dreams be memes. As long as you can go kill a magic dragon, I think you deserve to be in. And we've killed, well, we haven't killed 2. We have fought 2 and lived. I think I want to change Loretta Slash off here. And take... Giant Hunt, why not? This graveyard has these zombies who will try to lunge out and hug you, and if they do, they will sap a whole bunch of your FP. Quite annoying. And they're pretty tanky too. Okay, how does the rear part of the swing with this halberd not have a hitbox? Why doesn't it hit enemies behind me? We are the best and safest wizard to be around as we cannot do magic. Never trust a wizard. Hey, I've got great magic. Look, check this out. Ooh. I summon my powers of dexterity to shoot ice off my halberd. I'm not smart enough to know how it works. Big zombie horde. I don't really want to fight all these. If you go across the bridge, that'll raise a few more. You can take the side path behind these graves, though. You can only fight one zombie down here. I think cold ashes of war and weapons like those do scale a tiny bit off dex. I think the deal is projectile ashes of war usually scale really well with dex on keen affinity, even if otherwise they might be like good as like magic or faith or whatever. But much better with dex than, say, strength. And most projectile ashes of war just outright scale best with dexterity. That's my understanding. One of the advantages of dex as a stat compared to strength. Because otherwise, usually a lot better because of the two-handing bonus. Unless you actually really dig the Liurnia Legacy dungeons. Me too. I do like the Academy quite a bit. On this side, there are even larger blue zombies. They're even tankier. Thank you, Miyazaki. And there are dogs. Everyone's favorite enemy. Uh-oh. If you look over this ledge, you can see a big zombie worshipping at this grave. And a couple others down there as well. Liurnia reminds you too much of Florida. It's too cold to be Florida. Aryan Knight armor. This is a pretty cool outfit. I wish it had a tiny bit more poise, but otherwise it is incredibly stylish. At least while we're here, let's take that. Now we look like we belong, kind of. We may not be able to act the part of a sorcerer, but we can look the part. You rely on the beast repelling torch too much, never fight dogs unless I absolutely have to. A lot of people, when they play this game, don't fight any enemies unless they absolutely have to. It's a perfectly fine way to do it. Oh no, I'm getting sucked. Not in the fun way. No, but you can't move on until every enemy is dead. They're part of the level, you see. Autism. I don't have to kill every enemy. I just enjoy like navigating all of it and seeing all the challenges that are ahead of me. I have left a few behind, but I understand that approach completely, trust me. Spectral Lance. Oh, that could be fun. That's another occult skill. I think the second one we've gained access to. So it'll add, it'll let you apply the occult affinity without the appropriate whetstone, wet blade, and get arcane scaling on a weapon if you want that. I would go for Dex still, but Spectral Lance I think doesn't do a ton of damage, but it has really, really long range and does good stance damage, so it can stance break enemies. Alabaster Lords are kind of funny once you realize all you have to do is just keep attacking them with any reasonably sized weapon and they can't do anything to you. It is insane that this is the only way to get up to the upper level of the academy here. What outrageous architecture they have here in Liurnia. Let's see. I guess I'll keep Giant Hunt on the Cross Naginata, so I'll put Spectral Lance on our Halberd for the moment. It does have to be a polearm. Not the first time FromSoft has made architecture that can only be scaled through a water wheel. That doesn't surprise me somehow. Ooh, we can craft magic grease now. Basically all the magic consumables. And the Conspectus Scroll gives us, I think it'll tell me actually what spells you can get. Glintstone Comet Shard is the next stronger version of Glintstone Pebble, basically. We got access to the second tier one from Muriel, and this is the third tier, basically. And Star Shower is like whatever the basic, I forget what it was called. There's like a basic multi-shot skill that Selen also teaches, and that's the upgraded version of that. I don't know how you're ever supposed to know where all the illusory walls are in this game other than just rolling into everything or spamming the shackles. But someone did it, and I have benefited from their knowledge, knowing that this is here. Olivinous Glintstone Crown. Now we could really try to blend in. Hey everyone, I'm just one of you. I mean, I even got the jacket, right? Don't mind me. But we've got to look to maintain. I'm gonna let this guy hit me a few times. Well, thanks for saying that, Purple. I really appreciate it. Alright, he's warning me. It would actually be kind of cool if the disguise worked in these games. It would. There's lots of things I really, really appreciate about the way this game works, but I also wish that it could do just a little bit more in the interactivity department, where you could, by wearing certain things or completing certain objectives, that you could change the way that enemies and NPCs around the world react to you more substantially than you can. This is your clue that you could go out to this gravestone and get the Carrion Knight set if you didn't notice before. If you're looking this way when you're descending, you can see it. There's an enemy in the bushes there. Spectral Lance, instant stance break. Look at that. Didn't even get to see what they were. From is still kind of a small studio, and you're not sure how feasible it would be. Yeah, I understand that, and I think generally they put the resources where they ought to have gone in this game, considering like the vast scale of Elden Ring and how much it actually manages to maintain its momentum and have interesting things to do right up to the end game. It's pretty impressive. But if I were to try to improve it, I think I would start with things like that. Make Stormvale Castle different after you've installed a new leader, that kind of thing. That would make it more fun and more satisfying to do all the stuff that there is to do in the game. Never tried Spectral Lance, but it seems pretty decent. Yeah, I think so. I've never tried it either. But I've been told that the difference with Ice Spear basically is it does pretty substantially less difference, but has much longer range and more stance pressure. There's another Dr. version down here, and this is the one that Pat just told us about, the one at the bottom of the water wheel. He said, if we get caught by it, its powers of transposition are still intact, and it will be able to transport us right to the base of the Erd Tree. I do want it to grab and kill me, so what I'm going to do is allow that, but also away real quick. I want to change out my talismans before it does. Come on. Bury a sacrificial twig. Great. Come on. Eat me! That might not kill. Yeah, not quite. Okay. There we go. All right, here we go, chat. We're going straight to the Erd Tree. What the hell is this? This isn't the Erd Tree. Where are we? What are all those cages for? Get sniped. The bats don't even know where I am. Although it would be nice if this did a little bit more damage so I could two-shot them. I mean, it doesn't seem to work very well when they're on the ground. What a shot. Okay, 2 shots them when they're not aware of me. That's good. Oh, that was a headshot. Sweet. You can use the arrow talisman to prevent fall-off damage. Oh. Oh, I guess that's another factor I hadn't thought about. Yeah, that would have been why I got a 2-hit kill, I think. The tracking is really nice too. Patches was talking about the Erd tree, not the Erd tree. Oh. Okay. Well, that makes sense. We'll have to talk to him and, you know, clear up the misconception. That's my bad, though. Oh, this is beautiful. I love it. See that sick dodge? Totally intentional. Okay, we made it to the Grace. At this point, I will feel pretty comfortable turning my Great Rune back on, finally. This is kind of a secret area here in Volcano Manor, the Subterranean Inquisition Chamber. It is possible to get to this area from elsewhere by dropping down on a hidden ledge, but normally you don't encounter this area if you're just going through the dungeon properly. You mainly reach it just by the Abductor Virgin at Raya Lucaria. One thing that genuinely annoys me a lot about the scripting in this game, though, is the only way to get special dialogue with Patches about coming here is to warp to him now. Like, warp out from here, not to go to the boss that lets you out of Volcano Manor organically. So beyond this point, there is a boss, which we'll do, which we'll fight. But the moment you kill it, Patches moves from Liurnia and no longer has a special dialogue for this moment. So we have to do it now. And I think that sucks, because I think it's cooler if you do the boss fight and make your way out, you know, in universe, and then you can return to Patches and yell at him about this trick. But no, can't do it.
Well, fancy meeting you here. Hold on. Don't you say a word, my friend. I spoke no lie, not a one. You are trapped inside a volcano, no mistake. But the Erd tree was right outside. You just had to spring yourself out. I'm willing to admit, I could have been...
This dialogue doesn't even make sense if you just teleport from the Subterranean Inquisition Chamber, because you haven't gotten outside and seen the Erd tree there yet. Oh well.
Right? Cheers for that.
Our first smithing 6, maybe. Yep. I touched the lava. I lost. How outrageously hot would that room be in real life? The pool of roiling magma right there. I've never done an arcane run either myself, other than my Faith Arcane Dragon Communion build. But I didn't really focus on arcane stuff with that, and didn't have enough strength and dex to use a lot of the arcane weapons. Use my flask. Get more regen going. Golden Bow. By Bloodflame Blade. Not that that really helps against this enemy. And then... oh yeah, I was gonna... Rune Arc. Flame Grimmy Strength. This is the Abductor Virgin Duo. Ow. Okay, Giant Hunt does a lot of damage. Not much hyper armor, if any. I'll do it again. Ouch. At least Dragon Crest Shield Talisman and my regen stuff goes crazy. It's literally... is it not dead? Did I kill it and still get grabbed? Oh my god, I did. That must be like same frame. Probably couldn't do that again if I tried. Alright, a tidy 13,000 runes for that. And yeah, boss fight over. Patches is gone from Scenic Isle. It's kind of dumb. Oh well. So as our reward for victory, we get a new grace. And which is still technically inside Volcano Manor. And then out here, there it is. The Erd Tree. In all its glory. I don't want to continue out here in Mount Gelmir or Altus Plateau. Because if I do, that'll advance events over in Caelid, which I don't want to do right now. But I can enjoy the view for a second. I also dislike that there's no in-universe way to get down from here if I haven't unlocked the Grand Lift or gone through the what's it called? Ruinstrewn Precipice. But oh well. Can't go that way because I got to do other quests for that. To get the NPC summon for the boss, and don't really want to go to Dragon Barrow and get the Grand Lift. The other half of the medallion for that just yet. So here we are. Now we'll teleport back to known territory once again. First step. Weird about Arcane is that it's like an offensive stat, but not at the same time. Unlike Strength, Faith, Dex, and it doesn't have a talisman increasing just it by 5. It didn't until the DLC, but it doesn't have a crystal tier boosting it by 10 still. Forgot to fill my other spell slot.
Greetings. Do you need anything? Do you possess
Found this.
celestial dew? Then I would like to share my knowledge with you concerning the miracle of this church of
Has a lot of gear that increases it. That is true. There's lots of arc boosting gear.
with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renola. The order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven.
Love the enthusiasm, Nova.
This miracle blesses the church to this day, and so you need only follow Radagon's example to restore any bond, however strained or severed, to its rightful state of harmony. To experience the miracle, kneel in the basin at the back and cleanse yourself with celestial dew. Absolution will be yours. Any bond, no matter how strained or even severed, will be put to rights.
Love this guy when he said heresy is not needed to the world, all things can be conjoined. Bro is cooking whatever he believes in. I do too. So true. You know what? Let's give him a scroll.
Oh, what have we here? Very well, let us both learn together. Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined.
He said the line. He said the line.
My faith does not waver. The miracle rooted in these grounds will once again mend the world. And this time, its bounty will not be squandered. If you would be Elden Lord, tarnished, I hope that you too will share my faith.
And I hope you're right, Turtle Pope. Right, okay, so his Great Glintstone Shard is like the tier 2 Glintstone Pebble, and then Glintstone Comet Shard is the tier 3 one. And I discovered this, how good this was, only recently when I was screwing around on my original intelligence character. I was like, oh my god, it's actually better to have spells that do more damage than Glintstone Pebble. Yeah, wrong house. I guess Muriel does technically move, but Muriel won't move anymore because I killed the Bell-bearing Hunter already.
Always good to see you say so. Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber. And I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow. So I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary and all.
All right. Thanks, Roger. That's thoughtful. Sec.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms, then.
Okay, now, since we got 2 Smithing Stones 5, we can raise our cross-knocking out at a plus 13. And let's see. Suppose it would be good to get our strike weapon upgraded. Well. Roger's gear mentions a lot of quiet anger and resentment. I think it's about the oppression of the skeletons. Those who live in death, more than anything. So The giant hunt worked okay. Anything else I want to equip? How about Old Faithful Impaling Thrust? Come on 1 second. Need to rest. I want to memorize a spell. What should I put on? Probably Frenzied Bolt makes sense. Frenzied Burst. I don't have the faith for it, though. Okay. Just Flame Sling, then. Now Roger's slumped over. What's up, D? It's time until morning. I think you have to pass like a full day or something. I wonder if he'll come out as a skeleton in the next few years. Might be sooner than that. And he's dead. Got his bell bearing and his clothes. And if you loot again, you will get his letter. Letter written in a trembling hand. I forgot to tell you, but it seems D has a younger brother. I heard he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct beside the eternal city of Nokron. And it said he stood before the Prince of Death, not far beyond that spot. Interesting lead. Does this mean you knew where the eternal city of Nokron was the entire time? And how to get there? Okay, so the clothes say, Roger spent his entire life behaving with utter detachment. No one noticed the anger, grief, regret, or fear that existed along with it. He was suppressing all that with his cheerful attitude. Kind of like the outfit, actually. Pretty good. Check that out. What if we mix and match a little? I honestly like it with the Carrion Knight gauntlets too. Or the regular gauntlets? Sadly doesn't coordinate well with the Royal Remains set. Oh, the brown boots with the greaves and the brown jacket. Ooh. It's looking pretty good. Prisoner trousers are cool too, but let's go with the night greaves. That's looking kind of awesome. I know, Atlas. Being able to recolor the armor would be so amazing. Now we can buy meat, and we can also buy out Roger's inventory, but we already have everything. Okay, so next stop is where we were supposed to meet up with Blythe, over in the well in Mistwood. Let's head that way. Fireflies. It really makes me sad that you can't have Torrent ride this elevator with you. Actually see an enemy from Upper Notcon out there. I think for a lot of people this was the most awe-inspiring moment from their first playthrough, and it really is incredible. Take that in. Wow. First time seeing this. Space is down? Yeah. It's wild. Can I level up? No. Guess what? Time for more Claymen. This area is scaled a little bit higher than the Ainsel River area we went to. They're not too much more difficult. Crazy that the Claymore harpoons have a hitbox on the pullback too, not just the thrust. These are supposed to be weaker to strike damage, I believe, and not slash, so I wonder if the our flail will do better. Spinning chain's probably not the way to do it. Your poison's gone from wearing Roger. I didn't have enough poise to block light attacks from enemies anyway. I didn't have 51. There is a bonus for wearing Roger's clothes. I think all the pieces, maybe the hat does more, but they all give a small bonus to basically magic skills on weapons because he's a spellblade. Top of this pillar there's a golden centipede, and if we cross over this way we can get around and on top of the building. It's a big fall. Got a couple more claimmen. Every piece boosts glintstone sorceries. I don't believe it's sorceries. I'm pretty sure it's weapon skills that it boosts. Like, pretty certain. Love the instant stance break from the jumping R2. And so there's Oracle Bubbles, which is one of the claimant sorceries, the ones that require arcane. It is nice that you can ride Torrent down here, unlike in Ainsel River. Chiefra River is, you know, more generous to you. You shouldn't be surprised to know how to say Shifra. I think Ainsel's supposed to be pronounced some different way that I haven't learned. I don't know. Wrong house. It's pronounced gentle home in my heart, I promise. These towers are so racist against spectral steeds, they don't even let you ride in here where there's nothing but a corpse where you get one set of preserving boluses. Unbelievable, FromSoft. Jacob is your gentle homie. Now I don't pay a lot of attention to the supports, to be honest, but my impression of Jacob is that he's not much of a gentle homie. Gentle Hom does almost sound like a Xenoblade 1 reference. True. once again, I could level up, but there's another merchant coming up, and I want to buy out his inventory so I never have to come back. So I'll save my runes. Wait, first, do this. If you only support Jacob with coin, then he's pretty chill. That is true. Okay, Nova, I just read your last message. That made me giggle. Gold call home. Ooh. Second map, Schiefer River. Again, this is a place where the upper area is not accessible till later, but we can explore this whole lower area, the grassy part, down here. And we just lit this... No, is that a brazier? I don't know. The stairway has 8 of them, and they correspond to different ones scattered around the area. So we have to go around and light all the flames, light all 8, and then we'll unlock a pathway up, or unlock something up there. More ancestral followers. I think they're immune to bleed because they're specters. Unfortunately. The inverted hawk heater shield is your red shield option if you didn't like any of the others we've collected so far. Preserving boluses. There's the recipe that lets us craft the item that cures rot. Unfortunately, the ingredients that go into them are pretty limited, so you can't just craft a ton of those and be safe from scarlet rot forever. They're not severely limited, but it's enough that it's a consideration. And you can't just buy preserving boluses like you can with some other boluses. In unlimited quantities, anyway. Second flame right here. On ahead of us at that island, we see the most terrifying enemies in this whole game. I don't think they even have a name. These electrical orbs. They will absolutely murder you if you don't strafe around their attacks. I have no need to use this portal, so I'm going to ignore it. Fear the orb? I absolutely do. I have a healthy respect for them. That's too far away, I think. Flails would be so amazing if their on-foot charged attacks were just like twice as fast. Having to swing it around 4 times before you deliver a charged attack is awful, but if that were like 2 swings, mwah. Ouch. One good thing about this area and the other underground areas is that they're not... They act like overworld areas, not dungeons, so you can refill your flasks just by killing groups of enemies, as opposed to only getting the refills from Sites of Grace. It's a nice replenishment to our supply of gold pickled fowl feet, considering we only had 2 that I just crafted before coming in here. Oh, we got the octopus head. That's a rare drop. And it looks exquisite. I think this might have been the go-to meme headgear if it were easier to get. Like the Albinoric mask usually is. Smelly, yeah. God, imagine wearing a squid's corpse as your gear wrapped around your entire face. Ugh. Hello. Goodbye. That's very pretty, sir, but are you another merchant? And if so, why in God's name are you trying to sell anything down here? Who comes here? How do you get any business? This is the recipe for soap and for oil pots, which are used in a quest, turns out. Kind of. Total curved sword that can slip through an enemy's guard. We've got the Vulgar Militia one. We've seen that property before. I could buy nascent butterflies or soap. These are really rare, but I don't think they're really used for much, so I'll leave that alone.
Till next time.
Yeah, there's probably not a next time, friend. So long. Soap acquired indeed, yes. You know what? If I'm going to have to fight several giant octopuses here... Well, I didn't mean to do that. But I'll go ahead and use my buffs. Good old impaling thrust. So reliable. Here's a bunch of nascent butterflies. They're associated with Mikola, turns out, which makes a lot of sense when you learn more about what Mikola's up to, all the things he tries to do. Oops, I unequipped. He doesn't have any competition though? What do you mean by that? Mikola doesn't? Ah! What a devastating charge. That would be number 4. Wait, hold on. Level up. Like the ancestral followers we found in the mausoleum compound, these ones are standing here staring at something and stamping. I guess it's just the waterfall that they're looking at, or it's not the well, it isn't the shrine. No. Yeah, the big ancestor spirit shrine is not in that direction. So yeah, I suppose it's just the waterfall up here. Here's a scarab, and it drops ash. I believe this is square off, isn't it? I think. Yes. So straight swords only. Most straight swords come with square off too, but if you don't, it's probably the best skill to have on straight swords because the L2 R2, like the stance and the heavy attack, does a ton of damage and inflicts 40 stance damage, which is just awesome. Made even better with the DLC, actually. Must remember not to get charged like that. I believe that's number 5, right? Give the rats a taste of their own medicine. Your favorite use of the ash is putting it on the Warhawk Talon. That way both your R2s are baller. Is the Warhawk Talon R2 a thrusting one? The next area further northeast is quite scary, actually. You can see there's one Ancestral Follower sniper up on that rock, and there's actually another way in the back. Luckily, we don't have to go that way yet. So I'm just going to work back to Worshipper's Woods. With 2 quick hits, even the charge variant is fast. That's cool. I don't think I've used the Warhawk Talon. You can only get it from killing Stormhawks in Stormvale, right? Uh-oh. I was trying to get behind this pillar. I lived. Ooh, glowy eyes. Almost 1,000 runes for that. Thank you. Uh-oh. You could hear that coming. What'd you give me? Oh, dwelling arrows. Those are magic arrows. Like the ones that are currently sticking out of my arm. They don't look nearly as impressive when you shoot them, though. This run is opening your eyes on flails used for horseback. It's opening my eyes on flails used for horseback. It's so effective. Awesome. How dare you debuff me? With that horn, the ancestral followers can cast debuff on opponents in the area. That's number 8. Power gathers somewhere in horned remains. Ooh, fur leggings. That looks uncomfortable. It's Blythe, buddy! What is up? Literally, what is up there?
Good to see you. Apologies, mate, but I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me, but I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask Celibus. I recall that spiteful little rat acting like he knew something. Let's give him a squeeze. Show him just how sharp my teeth are.
Wow. Tell me how you really feel.
I jest. I wouldn't go that far. Besides, I should check on some things here. Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go investigate that corpse over there. Well, that's too high. Yoink. Thank you. Here we are. More dwelling arrows. Okay. You can land on this pillar down here, but it's kind of a nothing. There's nothing up there, so just a little trick for you to get yourself stuck and take some falling damage when you come down. Oh, I really thought I'd get the charged attack off. Flail rain strikes again. So the horn bow is the ancestral follower's bow. It has innate magic damage, so it's meant to be used with the dwelling arrows. Kind of cool. Magic bow option. But bows are bad in this game, so you know, it's not that impressive. Okay, let's change skills again. Let's see how Sword Dance does against this boss. Honestly, it's actually stupid how strong the Bloodhound's Fang is right now. Since we lit all 8 braziers, these moose remains are glowing. Touch them. And go elsewhere. This would genuinely be a really good fight to use Lieutenant the Albinoric in, because she's an incredibly long-range sniper, and this is an enormous arena with an enemy who runs away from you. So you know what? Let's do it. Why the hell not? Hey, Lieutenant. She's not upgraded, so she won't actually do that much damage. But she'll contribute. So she gets absolutely rocked by the Ancestor Spirit. Because we're not drawing aggro. Not bad. Bows are specialized, they're indispensable for aggro management. Well, they're useful for pulling enemies individually, but I mean, the only issue with that is you can just use spells or throwables too. Lieutenant does do a lot of damage, Atlas, if you upgrade her. I just have her at +0. Go ahead and level up. "35 Vigor" means it's past time to drop Radigan's Scar Seal. What do we want instead? Could go with the Blessed Dew Talisman for some constant regen. That would be convenient. Urtree's Favor would give us a fair amount more HP. Well, compared to baseline anyway. And more stamina and equip load. All useful. I don't really need any of the resistance talismans. I could use some of these some of the time, like the Lance Talisman if I'm, funnily enough, if I'm using a flail kind of thing. War Medallion, Winged Sword Insignia. I'll just go with the Axe Talisman for right now. When we do get charged attacks in, they'll do more damage. A couple things I want to point out. We didn't look at it when we were up on the higher substructure over there, but there's this crazy temple. You know what? I want to go take a closer look. I'm going to go back. use the spirit spring so we're closer. Welcome, Monk. I haven't really tried it myself, but I've heard that Shabriri's Woe is not that good at drawing aggro from your spirits. Hi, Blythe. I killed a moose. Are you proud of me? Alright, so a couple things to see out here, as I just went right by and picked up the stone sword key. Over there, on the other side of this broken structure, there's a Crucible Knight standing out, looking up at something, and the something he's looking up at is this huge temple up here, which we have no way of reaching right now. Wonder what that might be. We've ignored all the sending gates in the area. Most of them around here just send you to other parts of this lower section of Shifa River. This one takes you to some higher ground. Actually, now that I think about it, I will equip the Lance Talisman and... Oh, you gotta take your shirt off and don the Gravekeeper cloak for max aggro. I wish you could actually do the animation where the Gravekeepers, the Grave Wardens, throw off their cloaks. That would be so cool. Like transform the unaltered to the altered version with an animation. Yes, please. Place looks like a nightmare. I wonder if... Okay. Flame of Frenzy with an unupgraded seal is not an effective way to fight the Clayman. But what I really want out here is Great Oracular Bubble. This is the other Clayman Bubble sorcery. So if you're a really big fan of the bubble sorceries, maybe pleased to learn you can get both of them just by coming straight down the Shifa River well at the beginning of the game. Avoid all the enemies and just pop a couple of scarabs. So the reason I'm getting absolutely destroyed is partly because I was just surrounded, but also this is a higher level zone than the lower part of Shifa River, so all these Flamemen do a lot more damage. They are worth more runes, though. That's the upside. Bubble sorceries are just mediocre. They do have arcane scaling. No, they don't have scaling from arcane. They just require arcane. But I've never really used them myself, but I've seen people use them. And from what I understand, the great thing about them is that they travel so slowly that you can like, charge them up and send a few at a time at an unsuspecting boss, and then hit them with other spells behind that, and just deliver this incredible nuke where you get like 3 giant bubbles and whatever your other nuke spell is, all landing at the same time or in quick succession. We haven't used Dragon Wind Grease. That is... It gives you... I don't know if it gives you a small amount of physical damage added or not. I feel like no. I think it just gives you a percentage damage bonus against dragon and ancient dragon enemies. Did I get everything here? I think I did. Yeah. I don't need to fight all these guys. Even if it might be somewhat lucrative. This boss over here might be an example of something you could use Great Oracular Bubble on and stack a whole bunch of blast before it even activates. I'm going to try to sneak behind it. This is another Dragonkin soldier like the one we fought in Noxtella, but this one is tougher because it's in a higher level zone. However, it does not have the Ice Lightning incantations that the boss one does. I believe I used Bloodhound's Fang for the last one. Let's try Cross Naginata this time. Want Wondrous Physic. Wrong button. Then... Now Golden Vow. Sip, switch weapons. Put on Blood Flame Blade, just because. Flame grant me strength. Also, I should maybe change talismans to something else. Sneak up here. And charge attack. Charge attack. I'm sad that that missed. Charge attack. Charge attack again. Stance break. Yay. I get to the head. Yeah. Oh, no. I want to be behind him at his legs again. Didn't work. Was that a bleed? I guess it was. Looked like a lot of damage. Sweet. Another soldier down. And that one drops the Dragon Halberd. Great strength weapon. Great weapon to have early in the game if you can manage to kill that guy. Because it's unique. It has a unique version of Spinning Slash that will give it a weapon buff. Which is like, I think 160 lightning damage, which is way better than any grease. And also a bunch of frostbite buildup at the same time. So, just an incredible package to have in something that doesn't take a lot of stats to use. And we got Marika Scarseal. That's the one that does +3 to the non-physical stats. Mind, Intelligence, Faith, and Arcane. That still has the same penalty of making you take more damage. So, and it doesn't raise your HP to help compensate for that at all. I don't think Marika Scarseal is usually a good play, but you can equip it if you need like Faith and Mind all at the same time, maybe. This part's scary. Hello, Mr. Phantom Tree. Don't mind if I do. The Dragon Halberd absolutely carried me once I got it for ages in my strength run. It was so good. Maybe it doesn't have the best Halberd moveset overall. It has the double spin charged R2, which ends up being kind of slow. But other than that, it's pretty awesome. And we're right back where we were with the braziers we had to lit with the light. But now it's time to face our demons. The double ancestor snipers. Christ. I thought I was being clever there, jumping over that. Get out of here. I thought that since they both did their kind of yell animation, they wouldn't be able to do it again and charge, but I am wrong. I guess all the rats are kind of scripted to swarm you when you go grab that corpse. Interesting. There's a lot of them. No rune arcs. Sad. Hey, Jimmy. We're doing pretty well. We basically just finished the lower part of Shifa River. I wanted to go here. So one of the reasons I didn't take the tower with the 4 belfries that goes to the area labeled Night Sky Unceasing is because that would have been that area with the Crucible Knight that I pointed out earlier. And there we would get the Clarifying Horn Charm +1. So it would feel kind of stupid to get the +0 version afterward. Yeah. There you gave one of the bullies at your school the Poseidon treatment? Is that a reference to something? Is it like giving him a swirly? That's all I can think of. So, we pay to unlock that elevator with 2 stone sword keys, and that brings us to Caelid. Go here, we'll rest at Site of Grace, Deep Shifa Well. At a flask, now we have 10 total. So we currently have, I think, 7 red and 3 blue. That seems good to me. And also, we just got a somber smithing stone +5, I believe, or somber smithing stone 5, I believe. Down in Shifra. So we can upgrade to +5.
Well, I took you no matter, it's all lay out your arm.
That'll be our Bloodhound's Fang, I suppose. Also improve our flail. Let's do that. And leave those for now. Okay. Let's go right back to Deep Shifra Well. And this sets us up to explore an area of Caelid that you can't access from any other area, but we won't go all the way through this section yet. What we really want to do is head south and get back to the main part of Caelid and explore that properly. So, that'll be the plan for next time. We'll explore Caelid and we'll check out Redmane Castle and everything that's going on around there. So, should be pretty fun. Thanks for coming, everyone. I appreciated all the participation in chat. Good to see a lot of you. And look forward to the next one. Should be Thursday. Should be able to do it Thursday afternoon. So, yeah, we'll make our way south and check out Lake of Rot for real. Gonna be nasty. Until next time, guys. Bye.